Welcome to Car Shield Field, another baseball game on tap. Shane Holsey, Will Connerly, and the Falcons are taking on the Gems. Big right-hander Zach Karbowski gets the nod from Josh Kiesel's squad, who is 3-3 on this young season. Karbowski looked pretty good last time out, Shane, but we'll give you the lineup that he'll be facing of the Gems. Josh Gibson to start things off, and then Jack Rigoni, Tyler Fogarty, Gage Cruz, Lane Barrymore, Kylan Cunningham, Braden Spar, Nick Wilkie, Kyle Franklin to round the order out for the Gems. And we talk about Kylan Cunningham had a big night last night for the Gems. You saw on social media we posted that bomb he posted, that no-doubter last night in a 3-hit parade that the Gems had. But then the lights went out, and we have to thank that we get to play with lights nowadays. As the lights went out towards that third game, they'll pick that game up the next time the Hoots and the Gems meet. The Hoots playing in the Nightcap against the Cavemen after this one. A triple header full of baseball today. But that one made you think a little bit how grateful we are to be able to play baseball at night, just even after the final frame of the game. Those lights went out, these Gems coming back out, and we saw Tommy Wood say, hey, go ahead and give these Gems a win already on this game, because they had it in the bag, it seemed like, almost, but you never know. We've seen so many runs scored in just the final frame of each game. We've seen 2 grand slams, we've seen a tie, and we've seen so much go around in just the final frame of each game, so you never know.
You never know. Baseball is a funny thing this game. It's never. You still got to get 3 more outs. The other team can keep scoring until they make 20. Well, normally 27 outs, but in this case 21 outs. They can keep scoring as long as they don't make that final out.
And sometimes less than that, as they've rolled a couple innings, they've rolled a couple games just because of lack of pitching due to 4 months being off for a lot of these pitchers. These athletes are still trying to work their arms up to get the right conditioning to be able to throw that much. Likewise, Zach Karbowski on the mound, working from the stretch to start things off against Josh Gibson, the shortstop for the Gems. The first offering from Karbowski missed upstairs. We talked about Karbowski and how electric he looked last time on the mound. And he's a good right-hander for Josh Kiesel and this Falcons pitching staff. Karbowski picked up the win last time out, struck out 4 hitters in 2 scoreless innings of work. And he gets a strike right there to Josh Gibson. Josh Gibson with 3 hits this season, hitting .250. With a run scored as well. At the top of the order for Justin Paulson's Gems, who won the first 2 games of the season, but then have dropped 3 in a row. And it looked like they could have pulled out of that last night before that game ended in a wicked way. As Karbowski comes set from the third base side of the rubber, and the right-hander delivers the 2-1. It's called for a strike, hits the upper portion of the strike zone. 2 balls and 2 strikes to the leadoff hitter. Josh Gibson, the infielder, plays ball at Jeffco. Jefferson College, a powerful junior college. Many players from this league have spent some time there. As that ball's chopped away to the left side, Ben Swords throws it across the diamond. And a nice play at first. Austin Schmidt catches it for the first out, retired via the 5-3 ground out. And that will bring up the center fielder, Jack Rigoni.
And Schmidt gave Gibson a little pat. Those 2 teammates at Jefferson College having a little fun down there at first base.
And now just right on cue when we talk about Jefferson College and Austin Schmidt, somebody who's really impressed. He's been tearing it up, heading his talents to Lindenwood, transferring from Jefferson College. As a lot of players after 2 years there see themselves at big Division I's, powerful Division II's like Lindenwood University is in the Great Lakes Valley Conference now, as they just transitioned from the MIAA. 1 ball, no strikes, 1 away after the ground out, and the pitch to Rigoni. Right there for a strike from Karbowski, the big right-hander. His first start for Josh Kiesel, his 3rd appearance. He's thrown 3 innings in this league, just surrendered 2 hits, and has struck out 5. He showcased an electric breaking ball. He throws one there and gets Rigoni to go around for the 2nd strike.
Right on cue, breaks off a nasty slider after 2 big fastballs.
1 ball, 2 strikes to the center fielder, Jack Rigoni. Ring him up, got the fastball on the corner, and Rigoni goes down looking. Good job by Karbowski to come right in Rigoni's kitchen. He backs up a little bit, and caught him looking.
Breaking ball away, fastball in. Usually you see that in reverse order, but Karbowski working backwards a little bit there. Got the swing and a miss on a breaking ball and then froze him on a fastball.
Tyler Fogarty. The slew Billiken in the 3-hole for Justin Paulson. And the first pitch misses inside. Was at Notre Dame, but transferred to SLU at the semester. Here in the 3-hole playing right field for Justin Paulson's squad. The 1-0 pitch from Karbowski. And the umpire called that one a strike. It looked like he was about to ring him up there, but just the first strike. You still need a couple more. A ball and a strike with a couple away.
Easy does it.
Coming off the heels of ringing up Jack Rigoni, got a little excited there. As that ball is fouled away on 1 ball and 2 strikes. Now he does have a chance to ring him up. The opposing pitcher today for the Gems on the mound will be the lefty Gus Pujols. The big right-hander sitting about 88 miles per hour. Upper 80s velocity from the big righty. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and 2 away the pitch. Fouled away. He went to the breaking ball, and it's sawed off to the right side. One ball and 2 strikes with 2 away. The pitch again, he gets Fogarty swinging. So 1, 2, 3, top of the first inning for Karbowski. We send it to the bottom frame of the first. You're watching CarShield Collegiate League TV. Welcome back here in the bottom of the first inning. 2 up for the Falcons. Alex Hoff, Wade Stouse, Ben Swords. Then to follow, Austin Schmidt, David Olenek, Michael Long. And then to round out the Falcons order, Andrew Fay, Colin Parrish, and Nick Hoffman. Gus Pujols on the mound. Catching him, and the battery partner is Braden Spar. We'll go around the horn. Kyle Franklin at third, Josh Gibson at short, Baremore at second, Cruz at first, Cunningham, Rigoni, and Fogarty patrolling the outfield for the Gems. The first offering to Hoff is called for a strike. Pujols, the Holy Cross commit, MICDS southpaw. The lefty has showcased some good stuff, getting another start here in the CarShield Collegiate League. Getting ahead on the Maryville outfielder on the first offering, but this one is hit hard to right field, and Alex Hoff gets on the board first for the Falcons. The second pitch he sees, he hammers it to the bullpen and gets himself a home run. Falcons up 1-0.
Welcome to the game, Gus Pujols. Doesn't even get time to get settled in. Second pitch, Alex Hoff says, welcome to the ball game.
And what an addition Alex Hoff has been for Josh Kiesel. He came after the first couple days of the season. And that's his 4th hit already. First home run, second run batted in. And here's somebody we've seen hit a handful of big home runs. Wade Stouse absolutely slugging the ball this season. Hitting second for Josh Kiesel today. He sees first pitch swinging. It goes back to the screen. So just like that, Alex Hoff gets the Falcons on the board with a leadoff home run against the left-hander Gus Pujols. as you said, welcome to the game. Stouse fouls that one back. 0-2 the count. Wade Stouse already with 7 hits this season, 3 of them being home runs with 8 runs scored. Him and Austin Schmidt have really been batting the runs in this season. He has 8 runs batted in. Schmidt has 9. But this time, Stouse goes down swinging, and that will bring up the Webster University infielder Ben Swords. Ben Swords been a mainstay in the lineup early on in this season in the CarShield Collegiate League, and you can't blame Kiesel for doing that. He's hitting .500 with 7 hits, 5 singles, and a couple doubles as well. The talented Webster University infielder with 7 knocks. A swing and a miss right there. Good off-speed pitch from the southpaw Gus Poulos. 1 ball and a strike, 1 away. Hitter on deck is Austin Schmidt. And the 1-1 offering from Poulos. It's fouled away, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Swords with 7 hits. Wade Stouse with 7 hits. Austin Schmidt with 8 hits, the hitter on deck. And the man with 13 hits, not in the lineup tonight, Mark Vierling. That ball's fouled back. Mark Vierling coming into today hitting .591. We were looking at the leaders earlier today, and we said, my goodness, the Missouri Tiger is showing out that he hasn't missed a beat with all this time off. Him, Wade Stouse, and Luke Mann, numbers off the charts early on in this season. That started on July 1st as that ball is fouled away.
Well, he announced his presence with a 5-hit game, and he hasn't really slowed down since then.
13 hits, 5 doubles. Not in the lineup tonight, but we still find a way to talk about him.
It's amazing how that works.
A ball and 2 strikes as Pujols delivers the pitch. That ball's hit to right field, and it's going to be out of play. The Holy Cross commit, MICDS standout left-hander. Features some good stuff on the mound, throws a changeup along with a breaking ball. Doesn't run in the 12-6 action, but you wouldn't call it a slider either. It more sweeps through the zone from the lefty. And he likes to throw it to get ahead to a lot of the right-handers we've seen in his 2 previous outings. This is his 2nd start in the CarShield Collegiate League, but 4th appearance. That pitch misses low. Good discipline there by Swords to lay off. We've noticed that about Swords. He's got on base 65% of the time. 7 hits to go along with 5 walks. For the Falcons squad, who is 3-3, he's been in the middle of that order for all the games. He takes that pitch upstairs. So the full count pitch awaits. The hitter on deck, Austin Schmidt. Nice at bat here from Ben Swords. Strike 3, got him on the corner. Poulos walks around the mound with that K strut as he knew it. Hit him right on the inside corner. And going inside on 3-2, you know it's not what the hitter's expecting. And it wasn't what Ben Swords was expecting, got caught looking.
And talk about bouncing back after a home run, striking out the next 2 batters almost like it never happened.
And that's what you have to do. You can't win if you can't score. And so you have to take it from there and say, my team's got to score anyway. Battling back and getting a couple of strikeouts, but now he faces his man who's tough to strike out, Austin Schmidt, the cleanup hitter for the Falcons this evening. Back-to-back strikeouts after the leadoff home run from Alex Hoff, 1-0. The Falcons on top here in the bottom of the 1st inning. It's a beautiful evening. Back-to-back days of triple header action here at CarShield Field. Shane Holsey alongside Will Connerly and Charlie Bornoff doing a great job producing for all these games as well. But 2-0 is the count. And the delivery to Schmidt. Swing and a miss, a healthy hack. Fouled away. Austin Schmidt already with a couple home runs this season. 2 doubles, 2 home runs, 4 singles, 8 hits. So he's hitting about 400 on the year. As we mentioned, a commit to Lindenwood. Previously played at Jefferson College. The 2-1 pitch from Poulos. Missed low, 3-1. Austin Schmidt, a 5'10", 180-pound. Is what he's listed at on the charts. Valley Park native. And the 3-1 pitch is missed low. Looked close, but just below the strike zone for ball 4. So Schmidt reaches on the free pass, and that brings up David Olenek.
Not the worst thing in the world with 2 outs and nobody on. Put Schmidt on base. Looked like a pretty good pitch there from Poulos. Maybe just a little bit down.
Now the right-handed hitting right fielder in the box, David Olenek. Poulos gets ahead on Olenek with a strike. Olenek was playing at Western Illinois University. Appeared in 4 games this past spring in their shortened season. That ball's hit away to the left side. A major in journalism and broadcasting is Olenek. We may have to see him join the parade in the booth that we have this evening after his playing days are complete. Found that nugget completely online. No talking from him. But thanks to the research department of Shane Holsey and Will Connerly. Finding that pitch is upstairs. Spar picked down to first. But Schmidt gets back in there safely. And something else you saw that I thought was pretty impressive, 57 runs batted in, which led the state his senior year.
St. Louis Patriots, always a strong team. They compete with a lot of very strong schools, and Olenek was a large part of that, and that's putting it lightly.
Olenek, a swing and a miss, and that will be the 3rd out, but not before Alex Hoff starts things off for the Falcons with a home run. 1-0 after 1. You're watching Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Just a reminder, this inning's brought to you by Interco Recycling. They've been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility right on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company's got large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, you can just call 1-877-258-3601 or go to the web at www.itcscrap.com. That's Interco Recycling, a Mellotronics recycler since 1996. Zach Karbowski back out for another inning of work, and Gage Cruz's first pitch is swinging. Colin Parrish under it in left and makes the catch for the 1st out.
The sun's starting to set. The left field here at Car Shield Field faces due west, so a tough sun field at left field for Parrish, but he battled the sun, battled the sky, and put that one away.
Yeah, that one came down as he caught it more towards hip height or shoulder height rather than above his shoulder as it extends the arm, but an out nonetheless.
This time of day, it's right around 6 o'clock. That sun's just starting to go down. It's right in your field of vision on those high pop-ups.
Skarbowski gets ahead on the second baseman, Lane Baremore. A swing and a miss, 0-2 the count. Baremore, who was playing in the middle infield for Quincy University this past spring, after his red shirt campaign, cracked into the lineup and was having a pretty successful season. He hits this ground ball to the left side. Third baseman Swords comes up on it, throws it across the diamond, and a nifty play from the heart corner. Nice throw to make that play on the run. Difficult to do, not as easy as it looks, Shane.
And on those in-between plays, if the third baseman can get to it, it's his ball all the way. He's got an easier throw going towards first base as opposed to the shortstop going away, having to throw across his body.
Now somebody who had a night last night with 3 hits, and one of them where he absolutely hammered the baseball to right field. Shane Holsey called that one a moonshot. As he comes up with a couple outs, Kylan Cunningham into the box. The left fielder today for Justin Paulson and the Gems. When a lot of times when these coaches write lineups, you see things getting fluid throughout the summer. You get injuries, you get guys who can't show up on certain days, and you have to write a couple different lineups as a swing and a miss from Cunningham. So you never know what you're going to get with the squad on every single given day, especially in a unique situation like this. And most teams have taken that approach of trying to give everybody a shot to play. And some players may not like it because they always want to be in the lineup, but I think that's at least the most fair thing to do in terms of these players a lot of them haven't had competition for multiple months. So you're trying to see what you have in every capacity. As Cunningham continues his streak with another rip to the opposite field with a nice single to left field for Kylan Cunningham. The CBC graduate continues to impress.
And when you're locked in like he is, you can drive the ball the other way. That's a sign when a hitter's locked in, when he's driving the ball to the opposite field. The at-bat after he hits an absolute moonshot last night, that's when you know a hitter's locked in.
Yeah, that moonshot you would say hasn't landed yet, but we're
Yeah.
to a new game, and
Yeah,
you wouldn't be able to tell last night with the lights going out towards the latter stages of that game.
And that home
Cunningham,
run, not officially in the books yet because that game's not complete, but once
true.
that game's complete, he'll have a home run to his credit.
As he continues to streak, a hitter would say it looks like a beach ball up there as a swing and a miss from the catcher Braden Spar as that ball's upstairs. Going out of the strike zone to help out the right-hander Karbowski, who retired the first 2 hitters here in the top of the second inning. A swing and a miss from Spar again. 0-2 is the count with 2 outs, but then Cunningham with an opposite field single. Trying to start a 2-out rally for these Gems. After Alex Hoff started things off for the Falcons with a home run in the bottom of the first inning, a leadoff shot off Gus Poulos. The 0-2. Just up and way out of the strike zone. Wade Stouse behind the plate working with Karbowski. They try to climb the ladder on that 0-2 pitch. Cunningham, the runner at first. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and 2 away. And the 1-2 to Spar. Cunningham takes off. Spar swung and a miss, and the inning is over. We send it to the bottom of the second. You're watching Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Michael Long, Andrew Fay, and Colin Parrish due up against Gus Poulos, who surrendered a leadoff home run to Alex Hoff. As we welcome you here in the bottom of the second inning in the Car Shield Collegiate League, all 7-inning games, 6-team league, 30 games each, runs from July 1st to August 14th.
A lot of baseball in a short amount of time.
A big-time sprint through the summer to try to get some competition in, as Poulos' first breaking ball's missed upstairs to Michael Long. And Michael Long's been having a past couple days, hasn't he, Shane? A couple home runs.
On 2-strike breaking balls,
yep.
No less.
He hammered one to left field and then hit one dead center. And as you mentioned, both of those home runs come on breaking balls on 0-2 counts, Shane. It's impressive what we've seen.
It's impressive. Very impressive.
He's an MICDS graduate facing off against another MICDS graduate, Gus Poulos. A swing and a miss there, a healthy hack on the hitter's 2-1 count, but now it evens it up at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
I'm sure Coach Tim Canavan at MICDS is enjoying this matchup right here, Poulos against Long.
And Long absolutely tore it up at MICDS. That ball's missed upstairs, and he's been tearing it up in the Car Shield Collegiate League these past couple days.
Yeah, just a casual 634 on base as a senior.
493, 16 extra base hits. As he hits this one to right field, Fogarty is camping under it, and he'll catch it for the first out here in the bottom of the second inning. They'll bring up Andrew Fay.
He's got a bit of an uppercut swing with those high pitches. It only helps. He just uses the elevation of the pitch and the launch angle off his bat and he's got the strength and the power to launch any ball out of any ballpark.
Yeah, he's been impressive, especially that one he took dead center, and especially with a hitter on 0-2 counts to be able to do that on breaking balls. It means you're able to recognize you have great vision as a hitter to be able to do that. As Poulos gets ahead of Andrew Fay, the shortstop. That pitch is missed inside. 1 ball and 1 strike. To the left-handed hitting shortstop today, Andrew Fay, a Wentzville Liberty High School graduate. Played a couple seasons at John Wood Community College in Quincy. He was a 2-way player there. That ball's foul back. He committed to play the NAIA, Indiana University Southeast.
Very strong program at the NAIA level.
They finished 2020 with an 18-1 record.
It's not too shabby.
Ranked 12th in the perfect game NAIA ranking, so they're an NAIA powerhouse. He goes there from John Wood. Hit 281 with a home run, 6 stolen bases. And that shortened season in 2020 now taking his talents elsewhere. And to bridge that gap of competition, getting some at-bats here in the Car Shield Collegiate League as that pitch is missed outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. But we've seen Fay on the mound as well. He has 1 appearance. He's gone 1 2/3 innings, so a 2-way dual threat he is. And the 2-2 count. Ball's fouled away into the stands where all the fans are socially distant from each other. They're trying to go get that foul ball. And 2 balls and 2 strikes. To the left-handed hitting shortstop, Poulos delivers. Just missed low. Poulos thought he had it on that fastball. Him and Braden Spar working the battery today for the Gems, who trail 1-0 after that Alex Hoff leadoff home run to start things off in the first. Pitch misses low, and Fay reaches base. He'll bring up Colin Parrish. Colin Parrish getting some game action, was redshirted at Quincy University this past season, so hasn't really gotten game action unless you count those inter squads since high school. As he was in his first year at Quincy University, the staff deciding to give him the red shirt as he takes that pitch for a strike. Poulos
And some outfielders on their way out as well at Quincy, so he'll get a little more playing time.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see across the nation about how the playing time will be distributed because of the fact that some guys are coming back. As that pitch gets Fay to take second base. As the ball scooted away from the catcher, Braden Spar, and now he'll have a word with the left-hander. They'll converse now that a runner's on second to see if they're going to switch up the signs. Typically, a pitcher and catcher will talk about that sometimes before the inning. But a lot of times, a lot of these pitchers and catchers don't have pre-existing relationships to know what signs they want to go to, because everybody got thrown in these pool of players and then distributed to these 6 teams. And a lot of them, some of them know each other, of course, just through baseball in the St. Louis area. But there's some out-of-town players, and they don't have those. A lot of times the catchers don't know what the pitcher's repertoire is and how they want to approach guys once they come on second base as that pitch is taken for a strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes with 1 away to the Quincy University outfielder Colin Parrish. And as you mentioned, it's going to be interesting because some guys are coming back. And on a lot of colleges, and I think at the JUCO level, you're going to see some of the most competitive baseball you've ever seen. Because of that fact, if guys want to get out of there and the draft only being 5 rounds, it really makes things interesting as Parrish grounds out to Gibson at short, and the runner will advance to third base, Andrew Fay, as Parrish is retired on the ground out.
And yeah, it's interesting because normally when you're redshirting, you're thinking, oh, I'm going to get more playing time next year because some of these, they're going to lose a couple of seniors or whatever. I'm going to have a spot next year. But with some guys coming back, I mean, it kind of sucks for those guys because they took a red shirt knowing, or at least thinking, they were going to get some playing time the next year.
It's an investment, yeah.
Yeah. So,
and I think that it's interesting to look at with the draft being 5 rounds as well. A lot of those guys who maybe would have been gone and signed, they're going to be back at schools. They're going to be committing to other schools. And a lot of those players are big-time impact players. Gus Pujols, not to be confused with the same last name as Albert Pujols. Totally different spelling, but that's a guy who was drafted in the later rounds. If the draft was this year, he wouldn't have been drafted. A first ballot Hall of Famer, one of the greatest hitters of all time. So obviously a lot of those current situations won't be distilled down to that magnitude, but that just gives you an idea of a lot of the talent that is in that pool past the 5th round.
That's been the MO with baseball over the years.
A swing and a miss from Hoffman, and Pujols strands the runner at third. We're through 2 innings. We send you to Shane Holsey for the middle innings. On Car Shield Collegiate League TV, 1-0 Falcons.
A reminder, this inning is brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. They operate a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics in need of recycling, call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601. You can visit them on the web at itcscrap.com. That's 1-877-258-3601 or itcscrap.com. Our friends at Interco Recycling, a Metaltronics recycler since 1996. Nick Wilkie leads things off for the Gems here in the top of the 3rd. Shane Holsey, Will Connolly with you here on Carshield Collegiate League TV. Beautiful Sunday night for baseball. A couple of more games, one more after this. Cavemen and Hoots will follow Gems and Falcons right here. In the top of the third, Nick Wilkie, Kyle Franklin, and Josh Gibson, 8-9-1 against Zach Karbowski, back out for his third inning with a 1-0 lead. A 2-0 count to the right-handed swing designated hitter, Nick Wilkie. He swings through that pitch, a 2-1 count to the former Holt Indian, Lewis and Clark Blazer. We've seen him on the mound. DH'd a few games for Justin Paulson and the Gems as that pitch catches the outside corner for strike two. Wilkie at the plate so far, 0 for 6. He has driven in a run. So a 2-2 count. Here it comes from Karbowski. Outside corner. He comes back from 2-0 to strike out Wilkie for out number 1. Fourth strikeout for Karbowski here in 2 1/3. He continues to impress the big right-hander for Josh Kiesel's Falcons. 4 strikeouts in the first 8 batters he's faced. And that brings in the third baseman, 9th place hitter Kyle Franklin. 1 for 9 on the summer for him, making his 4th appearance here for the Gems. He swings through that pitch, strike 2, Karbowski. Continuing to look sharp here out there in the third inning. Kyle Franklin out of Fort Zumwalt West High School, currently at Mid-American Nazarene NAIA school. As he looks at strike 3 called, back-to-back strikeouts to start the third for Karbowski. 3 in a row dating back to the second. He sets down Franklin on 3 pitches. Back-to-back strikeouts looking, and that brings in the shortstop, Josh Gibson. Grounded out to third, his first time at the plate to lead off the game. Hitting with 2 out and nobody on here. First pitch swinging, swings through a fastball.
Shane, that's 5 strikeouts through the first time through the order.
And 5 strikeouts and 9 batters faced.
It'll be interesting to see what repertoire he may change the second time through.
He bounces that one for ball 1. Gibson 0 for 1. So Wilkie and Franklin go down looking to start the third inning. And Karbowski looking for a quick third inning. Holding on to a 1-0 lead for the Falcons. And Gibson rips that one into deep left. Parrish back to the wall, and that one is off the wall. Gibson will trot in with a double off the left field wall, and he's on second base with 2 away. That one had a chance. Colin Parrish leaped at the wall, and he whiffed on it, but it hit off the wall, and Gibson is in with a double.
That would have been similar in form to the historic Negro League player Josh Gibson, same name, who's hit a ton of home runs, one of the greatest players ever to not play in the major leagues.
Probably the greatest.
And one of the best power hitters of all time. And the many historians say that. I thought he was about to have that jack right there. He was getting excited here in the press box as he just missed it.
Boy, that one had all indications of leaving. Hit it to one of the deeper part of the ballparks. It's about 350 out there to left center. And now the center fielder, Jack Rigoni, in a 1-1 count.
And really, that's just the second time that anybody's been able to square up a pitch from Karbowski. Kylan Cunningham had that single to left, and then the smoked double by Gibson just now.
And he's going to take off for third. Big leg kick by Karbowski, and no chance to get Gibson at third. That stolen base brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA, the Y for youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility. So Gibson swipes third with 2 away. Karbowski not paying much attention to him out at second. And the big leg kick. And Gibson took advantage of it and swiped third, standing up. 2-2 count to the center fielder, Jack Rigoni. struck out looking back in the first.
And although there's 2 outs, that's still big to move up 90 feet because it puts pressure on the catcher, Wade Stouse, to block anything that comes his way.
See what Karbowski goes to. 2-2 to Jack Rigoni. With the fastball, it missed away. 3-2.
And a lot of times the runner will be able to time that up if the pitcher has the same look sequence to first base or to home plate. They're able to time it up, and coupled with that big leg kick. He was in there in no time.
3-2 coming to Rigoni. Went with the breaking ball and missed outside.
Karbowski was taking a couple steps towards that Falcons dugout, something that pitchers will do to try to get that. You're going with the momentum. You think it's close. You have that strike call, and you're going to continue to go, but that one was just a bit off the plate.
Just a bit outside on the breaking ball. And now the Gems trying to mount a 2-out rally. And the Chaminade graduate and SLU Billiken, Tyler Fogarty, looks at ball 1. As we mentioned, Fogarty originally committed to play at Notre Dame. Transferred to SLU to become a Billiken. There goes Rigoni for second. The throw down by Stouse goes into center field. And Gibson's going to come across to score the first run for the Gems. Give Rigoni a stolen base. Again, brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA for youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility. The O'Fallon YMCA sponsoring stolen bases all season long here on CarShield Collegiate League TV. A stolen base for Rigoni, and he's in scoring position with 2 away, and now it's a tie ball game at 1-1 as Gibson comes across to score. And again, Gibson stealing third, proving large on that play. If he's still on second, the throw, I mean,
He's
does Rigoni even do they even try to steal with runners on first and second?
And that was a healthy hack right there. 2 balls and no strikes to the power hitter Tyler Fogarty. We've already seen him park a ball out of the ballpark this summer. It'd be a good time for it now to break the tie for the Gems.
There goes Rigoni again. He had third base stolen, but Fogarty swung at that pitch and fouled it away. Rigoni had that base stolen easily.
Wow, it's going to be a track meet for these base runners if they're going to you got to have a quick time to the plate when guys are on base. And if you have that big leg kick and not mixing up your looks, it'll be pretty easy to swipe even third base.
That breaking ball missed high, 3-2. You mentioned that Karbowski, a big guy, but he has a big leg kick, so the top of this Gems order with Gibson, Fogarty, and Rigoni. Great speed at the top of this order for the Gems. And there goes Rigoni again. That's chopped foul.
And that's one thing that you don't think about, it's really almost impossible to replicate in a non-bullpen session. You can do all your long toss, all your throwing. You can throw bullpens, but you can't replicate trying to pitch with runners on base a lot of the time. But you got to think about, I actually have to be quick to the plate, too, to give my catcher a shot. That's another thing that sometimes gets thrown into the equation that sometimes gets hit to the back burner, but it's very important.
And now he'll spin and throw to second. Rigoni wasn't very far off second. Meanwhile, the 7th pitch of the at-bat coming here to Tyler Fogarty. Struck out swinging the first time he was at the plate. The 3-2 from Karbowski. That's popped in the shallow center. Staying on the infield, now drifting out to get it. As Andrew Fay for the final out. So the Gems scratch across a run to make it 1-1. We head to the bottom of the third. All knotted up here on CarShield Collegiate League TV. 1-1. The Gems scratch across a run in the top of the third. We send it to the bottom of the third. Top of the order for the Falcons, Hoff, Staus, and Swords. If you remember back in the first inning, didn't take long for the Falcons to get on the board. 2 pitches into Gus Poulos' night, and Alex Hoff hits a rope into the right center field bullpen that put the Falcons up 1-0 at the time. Josh Gibson scores on the throwing error by Wade Staus in the top of the third, and that's where we stand 1-1. Shane Holsey, Will Connerly on the mic here in the press box, as Hoff is now 2 for 2 as he ropes that one into left field. Leadoff base hit for Alex Hoff. Hoff has both the Falcons' hits so far. They do have a couple of walks, but Hoff, the low man, to reach base safely via the hit. And now the catcher, Wade Staus, struck out swinging his first time at the plate. First pitch from Poulos. In there, just a bit low. Got a little ahead of myself there. Staus at Southeast Missouri State, along with the Gems catcher, Braden Spar, and they'll add another Staus backstop. Ty Staus will be joining them as Hoff easily swipes second base. Another stolen base for Hoff, again brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA for healthy living, social responsibility, and youth development. So stolen base for Hoff. He's in scoring position. And they're running wild on the base pass here in the first couple innings. That pitch missed to Staus, so 2-0. And there goes Hoff again for third. The throw by Spar is not in time. Stolen bases on back-to-back pitches for Hoff. Again, brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA for youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility. So 2 stolen bases on consecutive pitches for Hoff. Now all of a sudden he's at third with nobody out. And Staus in a 2-1 count. Good RBI spot for him. 2-1. Down low.
It doesn't change the trajectory of Staus's at-bat a ton, but it really changes the trajectory of the whole inning. To get all the way to third base, now any ground ball, getting the speedy Hoff in, it's a great job by the leadoff hitter doing exactly what he needs to do.
And now Staus gets the free pass. It's another double play in order. Runners on the corners, 1 away for Ben Swords. None out.
Wonder if it's the end of Karbowski's night. They have some action down in the Falcons bullpen. Sam Grace getting loose. But we shall see what Kiesel does as Paulson now talking to his players. But on the other side, there's already action down in the Falcons bullpen. No action for the Gems, though. So looks like Poulos will at least need to stick to a couple of hitters and try to get out of this trouble. They start to get some action.
Looks like Alex Williams getting loose down there for the Gems. He just started throwing.
The bullpen's going to be pretty active in this one. You got Sam Grace getting hot for the Falcons and Williams getting hot for the Gems.
So now runners on the corners. Gus Poulos trying to work out of this inning, trying to work around the leadoff base hit by Hoff, and then a couple of stolen bases. And then the free pass to Staus. Runners on the corners for Ben Swords. Swing and a miss at strike 1. Swords hitting an even 500 coming into play, 7 for 14. Struck out looking. His first time against Poulos. Swords has driven in just 2 runs, but he's scored 8 of them. Matching Vierling and Staus for a team high. Nicely blocked there by Spar, 1-1. And if you're Poulos, are you pitching for the strikeout here to try to keep runners on first and third?
I think in this situation, if you do get to 2 strikes, you want to put things away. But I think you got to come in on the hands of Swords because he can really rifle the ball the other way and try to get that ground ball.
And that's popped up in the shallow right. That might stay on the infield. Gage Cruz back to make the catch. And there's exactly what Poulos needed. Now the double play can get him out of the inning.
Yeah, that's a good job, though, right there. Don't let him get extended. If he's going to beat you, he's going to have to beat you by getting around on your fastball right there. But when you tie him up, after he's the goal of that hitter's right there is to get extended on something. And he comes in and saws his hands off. It's a good job right there to get the out.
So now a double play could end the inning, but it's going to be tough to turn one against Austin Schmidt, especially if he can get a ball elevated. Now Staus takes off for second on the dirt ball, and Staus now in scoring position. So a couple runners out in scoring position, and now the double play no longer in order.
And smart move by Staus. With 1 away, Falcons could get something brewing here this inning.
Now 2-0 to Austin Schmidt. Now with the base open at first, Poulos likely to be a little more careful with Schmidt. David Olenek is on deck.
Schmidt already with 4 extra base hits this season, so watch out in a hitter's count right here.
Two-0 pitch coming here from Poulos. Instead, time is called. Poulos, as we mentioned, a Holy Cross commit, formerly of MICDS. Working here with runners on second and third in a 1-1 ball game. Check swing by Schmidt and a strike. Not sure if that was a called strike or Schmidt went around, but either way, it's strike one. Still a good hitter's count here.
That fastball ran a ton, and so I could see the confusion from Schmidt as well as the check swing was warranted after the running fastball.
The 2-1, chop foul for strike 2, and Poulos has come back to even it. Big pitch coming here after 2 straight balls. He's worked it back to even. Poulos looking for the strikeout. Schmidt looking to get a ball elevated and drive in a run. The 2-2. Outside. So now a full count here in a dicey situation here for Gus Poulos. Doesn't want to load the bases, but you don't want to give in to Schmidt.
And it feels like this, no matter what, this inning will be the last for Poulos with the action down in the pen for the Gems, hoping he can get out of it.
The 3-2 from the left-hander. Chopped up the middle. This is going to bring in a run. Gibson on to first for out number 2. So an RBI for Schmidt.
Strong throw there by Gibson as he put the ball back in the glove one time and fired it over to first base.
Make that 10 runs batted in for Austin Schmidt to lead the league. And he puts the Falcons on top 2-1. Wade Staus heads over to third.
And that's just, it's huge. Alex Hoff started the game off with a home run and then gets the single, swipes second and third base, put him in a position this inning where a ground ball will score, and your cleanup hitter, Austin Schmidt, knows what to do with the lumber. That's exactly what he did.
Just put a ball in play. Pretty much any ball in play except the pop-up is going to bring in a run. So in a 2-strike count, Schmidt not trying to do too much, just puts the ball in play with the infield back here in the early innings and gets himself his 10th RBI on the summer. And Olenek jam shot over to third. Franklin across the diamond. Stout stranded at third, but the RBI ground out by Schmidt. We're through 3 here from Cars Shield Field. 2-1 Falcons as we head to the 4th. This inning, as always, brought to you by our friends at Interco Recycling. They've been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since way back in 1996. They operate a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis, just across the river. If your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics in need of recycling, you can give Interco Recycling a call at 1-877-258-3601, or you can visit them on the web at itcscrap.com. 1-877-258-3601 is the number to dial, or you can visit itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Metaltronics recycler since 1996. New arm for the Falcons. It's the right-hander out of Middlebury College, Sam Grace. Chesterfield, Missouri native, 6'3", 185 pounds. He'll work to Gage Cruz to lead things off here in the top of the 4th of 2-1 Falcons lead after the RBI ground out by Austin Schmidt. We've seen Grace before. Worked an inning in 2/3 last Friday against the Eagles on July 3rd. Making his second appearance here in the Cars Shield Collegiate League, Cruz, Barrymore, and Cunningham. And Cruz in an 0-2 count as the Gems look to answer the run put up by the Falcons in the bottom half. Each team has scored a run in the 3rd. The leadoff home run by Alex Hoff in the bottom of the 1st. And then the RBI ground out by Schmidt. That gets away from Grace, ball 1. One and two count to the left-handed swinging first baseman from Western Illinois University, Gage Cruz. Cruz, 7 games and a start for the Leathernecks this spring. Picked up his first career collegiate hit back on February 15th against Tennessee. And that's chopped foul. Out of Belleville East High School. Student Council President at Belleville East, Gage Cruz. As he looks at strike 3, Sam Grace with a strikeout out of the bullpen. 1 away here in the 4th. So Grace gets the strikeout of Cruz, and that brings in the shortstop, Lane Barrymore. actually playing second base this evening, and he chops it to his counterpart out there at second, Nick Hoffman, and he fires on to first for out number 2. So a strikeout and a ground ball. Grace with 2 quick outs here in the top of the 4th, and that brings in Kylan Cunningham.
It's been a good start to Grace's second outing here this summer, but a tough out right now. Kylan Cunningham's been seeing the baseball well.
Hits in 4 straight at-bats. And he hits with 2 away and nobody on here in the top of the 4th. A 2-1 Falcons lead. Cunningham single to left his first time up. Cunningham out of CBC High School, one of many cadets here in the Car Shield Collegiate League. Was a freshman at Wabash Valley Community College over in Mount Carmel, Illinois, as he looks at strike 1. 2 hits and 6 at-bats for them this spring.
And they're a powerhouse, Shane. One of the best in the country.
A lot of
year
draft
in
picks,
and year out.
national contender every year. And he chops that one. Grace underhands it over to first, and a 1-2-3 top of the 4th for Sam Grace. Well done out of the bullpen. We're through 3.5. Falcons coming to bat, leading it 2-1 here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Gus Poulos back out there for the 4th. He's worked 3 innings so far, 2 runs and a couple of hits, both by Alex Hoff. And Hoff has scored both runs for the Falcons, one on the leadoff home run and one on the ground out by Austin Schmidt. So a 2-1 Falcons lead as we head into the middle innings. And Michael Long leads things off, 6, 7, and 8 for the Falcons here in the 4th. And first pitch swinging, Long ropes that one down the left field line and foul. Long led off the second inning, flew out to right field. 0 for 1 on the evening. Owner of a couple home runs in the last couple of games. Here in an 0-1 count against Gus Poulos. That pitch is in the dirt. Long, 6 foot, 200 pounds, as we mentioned, out of MICDS. Currently playing for the Mules over at Central Missouri, Division II program out in Warrensburg.
You mentioned a couple home runs, 3 hits on the season. 2 of them are the big fly.
That's called efficiency, my friend.
Just like Wade Stouse. Make them count, right?
If you're going to get a hit, might as well make them count. That's a guaranteed run. The 1-2. Chop foul, just got a piece.
Hey, but that's the shift that we're seeing in the game of baseball. More of these all or nothing hitters. I'm not saying that's Michael Long. He's a very disciplined, can hit it to all fields, but that's just the way the stats have gone thus far. But in general, we've seen baseball kind of shift in that more all or nothing type of hitters.
Strike 3 called. And a punch out for Poulos. Number 4 on the evening for him. And back to that, yeah, the contact hitters like Tony Gwynn and the like, those have almost gone the way of the dodo bird. You don't see those very much anymore.
And you've seen Poulos kind of get the strut, a little flex on his former teammate at MICDS.
So Poulos has gotten the better of Long so far. 0 for 2. Long on the evening with a flyout and now a strikeout.
Well, Shane, run that back. What'd you say? Gone by the dodo bird?
The way of the dodo bird.
Oh, wow. I guess we got to get out the thesaurus. You've been new words tonight.
Never heard of a dodo bird?
No, I never heard of that saying, though.
It means it's gone extinct.
I got that part. I made some inferences on there. I just haven't heard you say that before.
You're a well-educated man.
Now I am learning every day now.
Hey,
learn something
we're always learning. Every day's a good day to learn something new. As Andrew Fay fouls that one back, 1-2.
Hey, maybe the people watching, maybe they didn't know. Maybe you taught them something.
Hey, anybody watching, go ahead and drop down in the live chat if you've heard that phrase before. Apparently that's something new to Will. The 1-2 to Fay. Upstairs. And Fay swings and misses. Back-to-back strikeouts for Poulos.
Looking pretty good, and we thought last inning could have been his last one, but worked out of it. Proved me wrong after saying this could be probably likely his last one with action down in the bullpen.
So now 2 away, nobody on for Colin Parrish playing left field here this evening. And he chops that one on the first pitch. I think it was off his foot. Or at least he's acting as if it is, but they're going to call it a fair ball. Not sure if that actually hit his foot or Parrish is trying to sell it. Looked like it did hit his foot, but nonetheless, it's an out. And a 1-2-3 inning for Gus Poulos. We head to the 5th. 2-1. Falcons lead it here on Carshield Collegiate League TV. Reminder, as always, this inning brought to you by our friends at Interco Recycling. They've been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since way back in 1996. They operate a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown. If your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics in need of recycling, you can give them a call at 1-3601. You can head to the interweb and head to itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling. Metaltronics recycler since 1996. Wade Stouse fires it down to second. We're just about ready for the top of the 5th. Sam Grace back out for his second inning of work. A quick 4th inning. Both pitchers working 1, 2, 3 innings, and we head to the top of the 5th. And the catcher Braden Spar will head to the plate. 7, 8, 9 for the Gems. Bottom 3rd in the order, Spar, Wilkie, and Franklin. Spar struck out swinging against Zach Karbowski back in the 2nd as he fouls the first pitch away. So Braden Spar trying to get something started here in the top of the 5th, facing a 2-1 deficit. Each team plated a run in the 3rd inning, a scoreless 4th inning. Very quick 4th inning. Now here in the top of the 5th, here in game 1 of Tonight's official doubleheader, game 2 on the day. Cavemen and Hoots about 20 minutes after the conclusion of this ball game. As that pitch misses high from Grace, 2-1.
We ought to just call it the triple header. But
we got the $5 frenzy and then the 5:30 doubleheader.
And for all you folks watching now and you want to watch tomorrow, there has been a schedule change. 1:30 will be the start time for tomorrow's afternoon game for the $5 frenzy. So you can come out to the ballpark for just $5 or go to YouTube and watch for free.
Cavemen and Eagles at 1:30 tomorrow. We'll get that changed on our YouTube scheduling, so no confusion there.
And you got a jam-packed week again. A week full of baseball, Shane. It'll be
looking forward to it. Spar works a leadoff walk. Couple of off days next week, but other than that, plenty of baseball 5 days out of the week.
We won't have a shortage of baseball. We mentioned it earlier, just kind of sprinting through the summer with game after game, about 90 games, about 40-plus days. And now the Gems may be in business when you know what happens when that leadoff walk gets on base. We've been talking about it, and the first base runner reaches against Grace. So
more often than not, comes in to score. See what Nick Wilkie does here with a runner on first, nobody out.
We shall see if the Gems can start something, just down by 1 run here in the top of the 5th inning.
Good hitters count here for Wilkie as Wade Stouse has a word with his pitcher, try to calm him down a little bit. Wilkie struck out looking to lead off the 3rd inning. 0 for 1 on the evening for him, still looking for his first hit here in the Carshield Collegiate League. Here in a 2-0 count after the leadoff walk by Braden Spar. He's on first. And Wilkie now in a 3-0 count. Wilkie 6'4", 230 pounds. Can catch a little bit, plays the corner infield positions, can pitch a little bit. Was talking to him after his first outing, said he hadn't pitched since last summer. He was a little sore the next day. Rightfully so, as he works a walk, back-to-back walks here in the top of the 5th.
How sore was Damian Henderson that hadn't pitched in a game in years, but he had been training, so I guess that's a different parallel. But
so now runners on first and second after back-to-back walks now for Kyle Franklin, the 9th place hitter. Was the final batter in a string of 3 straight strikeouts for Zach Karbowski. He was the second out of the 3rd inning. Now with runners on first and second, nobody out. That pitch gets away, and the runners will advance. Tying run moves over to 3rd with nobody out. Control abandoning Sam Grace a little bit here in the 5th. Worked a quick top of the 4th, and now struggling to find it here against the bottom of the Gems order.
And Ari Gordon is getting loose for the Falcons over there in the right field bullpen.
Get ready.
It's our producer, Charlie Bornoff's favorite pitcher so far.
Along with Juan Griffin.
We'll see him later tonight, maybe. Good. Off no day's rest, likely not the case, though.
Hoots have the day off tomorrow, so it makes sense. Give Griffin a couple days rest, bring him back fresh. Meanwhile, 2-2 count to Kyle Franklin. Sam Grace trying to work around a couple of walks to start the inning and then a wild pitch. A base hit could give the Gems the lead.
And we can't bring up the Hoots and pitching in the same conversation if we can't talk about what Devin Turback did last night. 4 innings and 10 Ks, no runs and just 1 walk. Was filthy, and that whole Hoots pitching staff has been absolutely disgusting early on this season.
Impressive stuff. And a breaking ball from Grace, and Franklin goes down looking. Big strikeout there for Grace.
Good job after walking the first two hitters to get the strikeout of Franklin, but now to the top of the order. Gibson absolutely smoked a ball last time in the third inning.
Came up just a few feet short of a home run. And he's first pitch swing. Boy, he likes to take a rip at that first pitch. Doesn't waste any time up there at the plate. If he sees a pitch he likes earlier in the count, he'll have a rip at it. Middle infielder out of Jefferson College. His teammate and cousin, Tommy Woods, not in the lineup this evening. Gibson playing shortstop, hitting leadoff for the Gems and Justin Paulson, and he looks for a big base hit here. Or if he can get a ball airborne, could tie the ball game. Wilkie out at second, Spar over at third. Both reached via the free pass. The 2-1 from Grace, just missed. Not a bad pitch there on the outside corner, just off the plate. Jack Rigoni, the center fielder, is on deck. The 3-1 from Grace. And that's hit into left center. That's going to get down for a base hit. That'll tie the ball game at 2. Wilkie will be held at third. Spar comes across to score. And an RBI base hit for Gibson. He's now 2 for 3, and the ball game's tied at 2.
Nice piece of hitting by Gibson when you have that situation with runners on second and third. And just one away, really a ground ball to the right side would have got the job done. But he gets on base, thickening the threat for the Gems now, who tie the game and now look to take the lead.
And that moves the go-ahead run over to third base for Jack Rigoni as he looks at ball 1.
And the double play is really not even a factor with Rigoni.
It's
so speedy.
It's going to have to be hit very, very hard if they want a chance at turning 2 with Rigoni at the plate. Big hole on the right side of the infield. Was Schmidt holding on Gibson. Gibson stole a base back in the third inning after he doubled. Subsequently scored on the ground out by Schmidt. My apologies. Wrong team. Gibson over there at first. Wilkie at third. There goes Gibson for second. Throw down by Staus. And Gibson swipes his second bag of the game. That's stolen base, as always. Brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA. The Y for youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility. So now, if the double play wasn't in order anyway, it really isn't now with runners on second and third. 1-2 to Jack Rigoni. The pitch outside. So now a base hit could give the Gems a 2-run lead. Gibson with the RBI base hit. He stands at second base. That tied the game. Spar came across to score. Swing and a miss by Rigoni. Big strikeout there for Grace, and now he's 1 out away from stranding the go-ahead run at third base.
So back at the beginning of this inning, that leadoff walk, we talked about it, was going to come back to bite you. It doesn't always, but most of the time it does.
More times than not.
And Spar comes around to score after that leadoff walk. He walks 2 hitters to start the inning, but then gets a couple strikeouts and has runners on second and third, just an out away from stranding a pair, but the ball game is now tied.
Tyler Fogarty looking to come up with a big 2-out base knock here, or at least get on base and try to extend the inning to Gage Cruz.
But you got to give credit to Grace there for getting those strikeouts. I mean,
Absolutely.
These things do happen, but it's called damage control if you only allow 1 in the frame.
The 0-1 to Fogarty, just a bit inside.
And Fogarty seems due. This would be his time to come in with 2 outs, to come in clutch.
This would be a big time to come through here with 2 away and 2 runners in scoring position. The good hitters count to do it in here, 2-1. Sam Grace trying to strand a couple of runners on base and keep this ball game tied. The 2-1. Chop foul. Strike two. So now Grace, one strike away. Doesn't need a strikeout. Any out he can get will end the inning. Looking to strand a couple of runners out there in scoring position. Wilkie still at third. Gibson out at second. The 2-2 from Grace. Foul back. Another 2-2 coming from Sam Grace. Swing and a miss. Grace strikes out the side, but the Gems scratch a run across on the Gibson RBI single. We head to the bottom of the fifth. All knotted up at 2 here on Carshield Collegiate League TV. Code Ninjas O'Fallon's is located on the Deerberg Shopping Center at Deer Creek Crossing. 2955 Highway K in O'Fallon's where you can find them at the intersection of Highway K and N. Kids ages 7 through 14 will learn how to code by building small video games with the help of their sensei instructors. They'll start at white belt and go all the way to black belt. You can come in today for a free 30-minute session and try it out. See if you like it. Kids have fun. Parents see results. CodeNinjas.com/Mo-O'Fallon, or you can call 636-851-9634. That's CodeNinjas.com/Mo-O'Fallon, or you can give them a call at 636-851-9634 to get started today. Code Ninjas O'Fallon, kids have fun. Parents see results. New pitcher into the ball game. It's the right-hander, Alex Williams. He will face Nick Hoffman to lead things off here in the bottom of the fifth. Now a tie ball game at 2, and Hoffman cracks that one in the left, and Cunningham lost it for a second. Now it'll fall behind him, and Cunningham fields it at the wall, and that'll be a double for Nick Hoffman. Cunningham lost that one in the sun. So Hoffman greets Alex Williams on the first pitch with a double. And now a runner in scoring position with a man who has a couple of hits already and has scored both runs for the Falcons out of the leadoff spot, Alex Hoff. So Gus Poulos works 4 innings, 2 hits, couple of earned runs, 6 strikeouts, 3 walks, and the home run to Alex Hoff, and he gives way to Alex Williams, who now has a runner in scoring position to deal with. And Alex Hoff who has the home run and a single, has scored both the runs for the Falcons already. Chance to drive in one here and give the Falcons the lead as they look to answer after the Gems tied it in the top half. So Nick Hoffman, the leadoff double. He's now 1 for 2. Colin Cunningham lost that one in the sun. By the time he found it, it was too late, and it already landed near the wall. As it one hopped off the wall, Cunningham fielded it, fired it back in, but not before Hoffman reaches second.
He talked about that sun definitely playing a factor in someone who's been hot today at the plate with the chance to take the lead.
And it looked like a changeup from Williams in there for strike 2.
Hoff already with a couple knocks, and you said talk about starting things off in the bottom of the first with touching them all.
He's got a couple of hits, an RBI, and a couple of runs scored. Long look by Williams, the 1-2. Check swing in the dirt.
Yeah, you talk about setting the tone, getting on base, making a pitcher work, and then he scored the only 2 Falcons runs today. He's really been excellent at the top of the order.
He's been pretty much their entire offense.
That's one way to put it.
That hit by Hoffman was the first hit by a Falcon. First hit by a Falcon not named Alex Hoff. The 2-2. Skied into right field. Fogarty back to make the catch. Hoffman tags at second, and a good at bat there from Hoff. Doesn't get a hit, but he advances the runner over to third. So now the go-ahead run over at third for the dangerous catcher, Wade Stouse.
He knows the job he has to do here. You don't have to try to do too much, even though we know he does a lot at the plate most of the time. But all he has to do is get a ground out.
And they're going to put him on.
Man.
An intentional walk to Wade Stouse, and they'll put him on first.
You can't blame him for doing that. That's a smart move.
First intentional walk we've seen. I don't remember any other ones.
I don't want to pitch to him.
I'll take my chances on trying to get a double play.
But this guy's a tough task as well. He was hitting about 500 coming into this game. Ben Swords.
0 for 1 this evening, or 0 for 2 this evening rather. Came in at 7 for 14.
So it doesn't get any easier for Alex Williams out there. The heart of this order for the Falcons is as good as we've seen in this league.
As they look to come through and take the lead here after the Gems tied it up in the top half. Nick Hoffman over at third. As Stouse got a good read on that, and now that takes the double play out of order. That's a couple of times now Stouse has read a ball in the dirt and advanced to second base. As he read that breaking ball was going to be down, and he took off almost before it even hit the dirt. And now a base hit would not only give the Falcons the lead, but likely a 2-run lead. And that's hit out to second base. Barrymore on a hop. That's an RBI for Ben Swords, and the Falcons take the lead 3-2.
Way to do a job right there by Ben Swords. The intentional walk doesn't really play out to matter that much.
Now 2 away, a 3-2 Falcons lead now, and Austin Schmidt playing first base here this evening. He and Wade Stouse split time behind the plate. Alternate between first base and behind the plate. Stouse over there at third now with 2 away. Nick Hoffman scores on the RBI ground out by Swords. Second RBI ground out we've seen. The man at the plate right now is Schmidt. Has the other one. So a couple of ground outs and a home run have accounted for the Falcons' runs so far, as they've scored 3 runs on just 3 hits. And that's roped into right center, and that one is out of here. Fogarty almost brought it back, but a 2-run homer for Austin Schmidt, and it's a 5-2 Falcons lead. 3 RBIs on the night for Schmidt.
And his third home run of the season, continuing to rake.
Make that RBIs number 11 and 12 for Austin Schmidt, an RBI machine here in the early goings of the Car Shield Collegiate League. So now a 5-2 lead, and the Falcons more than answer the 1 run put up by the Gems, and David Olenek first pitch swinging. Grounds it over to third. Franklin across the diamond. 3 runs in the inning, 2 coming on the 2-run homer by Austin Schmidt. RBIs 11 and 12 for Mr. Schmidt, and he extends the Falcons' lead to 5-2. We send things over to Will Connerly for the 6th and 7th right after this.
And this inning's brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, you can call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601 or on the web at www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Mellatronics recycler since 1996. New pitcher into the game for the Falcons. Ari Gordon now back out there for his 3rd appearance, as he'll face the Gems in the top of the 6th inning, coming off the heels of a big inning. In the bottom frame from the Falcons, 3 runs were scored, and 2 of them came on the Austin Schmidt 2-run shot, as Ari Gordon comes out for his 3rd appearance here in the Car Shield Collegiate League. A 5-2 lead for the Falcons. Schmidt belts his 3rd home run here this young season, and batting in the runs at such a high rate. Already 12 runs batted in to lead the Falcons squad. As Ari Gordon, the hard-throwing right-hander, making the call to the bullpen, Josh Kiesel, as he'll face Gage Cruz, Lane Baremore, and Kylan Cunningham. So it was Karbowski. Went a couple innings, then Sam Grace came in, and now it's Ari Gordon, the hard-throwing right-hander, to face off against Gage Cruz, Lane Baremore, and Kylan Cunningham. That ball is smoked to the first baseman, Austin Schmidt. He'll step on first base and throw it around the diamond for the first out. So Lane Baremore comes up, a 3-run frame in the bottom of the 5th inning for the Falcons. Wade Stouse intentionally walked, and then Austin Schmidt drives them both in with a 2-run shot. In the bottom of the 5th, 3 runs scored as the Falcons take a 5-2 lead and break out of that tie. As Lane Baremore comes to the plate, fouls this one off to the left side. Baremore's 0 for 2 with a couple groundouts this evening. Playing in the middle infield for the Gems. We've seen him a little at second, some at short. As Gordon delivers the 1-1 pitch, that's right back up the middle. Andrew Fay at short throws it over to Schmidt at first. And Ari Gordon has retired the first 2 hitters he's seen. Now Kylan Cunningham coming to the box. He's 1 for 2 today, with a single to left and a ground out to the first baseman. Kylan Cunningham, 3 hits last night, another one tonight. 8 hits so far on this season for the powerful left-handed hitting Kylan Cunningham, the left fielder. 1-0 the count. That ball's fouled away. 1 ball and 1 strike. Ari Gordon, his second appearance here. And he's known to get the strikeouts. He's recorded 6 outs. 5 of them have come via the strikeout. 5 strikeouts, 5 walks, and 5 earned runs for the right-hander through 2 innings of work here in his 3rd appearance in the Car Shield Collegiate League. Misses with a ball there. 2 balls and a strike. There's some action as well down in the Gems bullpen. They're getting towards the latter stages of this game, and the bottom of the 5th could prove to be the difference as Cunningham strokes that ball to center field. Running in on it and making a nice play is Alex Hoff. So Gordon goes 1, 2, 3. And we send it to the bottom of the 6th. You're watching Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Michael Long, Andrew Fay, and Colin Parrish due up for the Falcons in the bottom of the 6th inning. Coming off a 3-run frame the last time the Falcons were at the plate. 2 runs coming on an Austin Schmidt 2-run shot, his 3rd of the season to right field. And Michael Long, the designated hitter, will get things started off the new arm into the game, Josh Ray. Ray spent some time at Missouri Baptist. The left-handed pitcher making his first appearance here this summer. Gets his first pitch over for a strike to Michael Long, who's 0 for 2 with a strikeout this evening. A 5-2 Falcons lead. Falcons in search of their 4th win of the season. They came into this game 3-3. And the Gems are 2-3. After starting the season off 2-0, they've dropped 3 straight games. As last night's game was not counted, it was suspended, albeit it was in the final frame, as Long takes a healthy swing and a miss on that pitch, a ball and 2 strikes from the southpaw Josh Ray. Was previously at Jefferson College from Imperial, Missouri. Went to Seckman High School. And the lefty delivers. Almost strike 3, it looked like, just a little low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. As Michael Long's leading off the bottom of the 6th inning for the Falcons. Working against the relief pitcher, Josh Ray. Strike three, got him on the corner. And Spar throws it around the horn as Michael Long gets caught looking. Second time today, he's gone down on strikes, and Andrew Fay now comes to the box. He's 0 for 1 with a strikeout and a walk. The dual threat was playing at John Wood. Swinging it from the left side, and the shortstop, a lefty-on-lefty matchup. Josh Ray, the left-handed pitcher, stands 6'2", 210 pounds. Was playing for the Spartans of Missouri Baptist. And in 2019 was the AMC Newcomer of the Year, earned AMC First Team All-Conference. And had some pretty good performances, earned NAIA National Pitcher of the Week and AMC Pitcher of the Week in 2019. That ball's hit up and foul. As Spar will collect it, and they'll do it again. A ball and 2 strikes to Andrew Fay. He had a complete game. He was a starting pitcher for Missouri Baptist, went 9 innings against Central Baptist, then had 13 strikeouts against College of the Ozarks. That is the week in which he won that AMC and NAIA Pitcher of the Week, as that breaking ball misses inside. Logged 79 2/3 innings in that 2019 season, so a lot of pitches been thrown out of the left arm of Mr. Josh Ray, working here against Andrew Fay as that pitch goes back to the backstop. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And had 100 strikeouts in those 79 2/3 innings, just compared to 27 walks. So it looks like his command and control has been pretty effective and efficient. As the left-hander works here in a full count to Andrew Fay. Pitch missed low, and Fay reaches on the free pass. That brings up Colin Parrish.
And we've talked about it time and time again. Any insurance runs you can get are extra valuable, especially as we've seen in this league, some late-inning heroics. We've talked about it time and time again. But any runs you can get at any point in the game are crucial.
It's just like upgrading your insurance plan. You go from maybe getting this premium, now you get more runs, better insurance for yourself. They're trying to get some more insurance runs, up 5-2 here in the bottom of the 6th inning. That pitch missed low, likely to face Ari Gordon next frame as he'll try to close this thing out. In the top of the 7th against the Gems, they just have 3 outs to play with, and they trail 5-2, but the Falcons looking for more here with 1 aboard and 1 away. As Colin Parrish swings through that one. Last time at the plate, Parrish grounded out. We tried to sell it a little bit like it hit off himself to end the inning. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out and 1 on. The pitch is missed outside.
That's not surprising coming from him.
Explain. Elaborate.
He's a lighthearted guy, bit of a jokester. Likes to have fun out there.
A swing and a miss from Parrish. The left fielder. 2 balls and 2 strikes with 1 out. And the runner on first, Andrew Fay. As the Falcons look for more here in the bottom of the 6th, the pitch from Ray as it's chopped up. Gibson coming up on it, gets rid of it. And coming off the bag is Cruz at first. So Parrish gets on via an infield single, and runners on first and second.
Gibson either thought about going to second or struggled to get that out of his glove. Nonetheless, an infield hit. Still a tough play.
Very tough, as it was chopped up. On the turf, you know the hops you're going to get, but sometimes those chops are hard to read, especially if you haven't played on this surface and taken a ton of in and out on this surface. But he comes up on it and just seemed like getting it out of his glove was a struggle. We've seen Gibson all around the infield. He's been at second a little bit too. But nonetheless, a single for Colin Parrish, his first hit of the night, and that brings up Nick Hoffman, who had a double last time at the plate in the 5th inning. And that kind of started that 3-run rally. It was a Nick Hoffman double, a Wade Stouse walk, and then an Austin Schmidt home run as 3 runs were plated in the bottom of the 5th. Here in the bottom of the 6th, the Falcons look for more with 2 on and just 1 away as the left-hander Josh Ray working in his first inning of work. Looking to keep this deficit manageable for the Gems, who just have 3 outs to play with next frame. In jeopardy of dropping their 4th straight game if they can't come back, likely to see Ari Gordon, who set down the side in order. The pitch. Strike 3, and Hoffman gets caught looking on the corner. Nice fastball located to perfection right there on the corner.
Absolutely painting the outside corner.
So a couple strikeouts.
Maybe sitting breaking ball there, 0-2.
It's a good pitch right there to go to the fastball, 0-2. When you're a lefty that features a good breaking ball, you can surprise guys and freeze guys, especially sometimes on the outside corner, when you can place it right on that glove side. And he offers some deception when you go way out to the glove side, as he perfectly places that pitch on the glove side. When you work from the third base side of the rubber, because your stride comes right at the third base side of the rubber, and you can really hit up that glove side with perfection, especially when the ball runs like it does from this southpaw, Josh Ray, as it's an 0-1 count to Alex Hoff, who's had a day so far. The ball gets away from Spar. He throws it down to third. Scooted away from Spar, so now runners at the corners. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs, and runners on first and third for Alex Hoff, the center fielder, who started things off in the bottom of the first with a big fly. And then singled in the third and came around to score. Now batting in the bottom of the 6th with 2 away, looking to extend on this Falcons lead. He fouls that one back toward the Falcon dugout. Wade Stouse, the hitter on deck, was given the free pass last time. They said, we're not trying to pitch to you. But then Austin Schmidt came up and hit a 2-run home run. So that walk really came back to bite the Gems because it was an extra run on the scoreboard. 1 ball and 2 strikes, and the lefty delivers. Spar throws it down to second, and it gets behind Barrymore. Gibson throws it home, but Fay will come home on the throw. And so another run for the Falcons. They added on, and Fay comes home. That base was swiped and chopped up the middle to Gibson. And Hoff gets out to end the inning, and we send it to the 7th. Just the final chance coming up for the Gems. You're watching CarShield Collegiate League TV. This inning's brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or even electronics to recycle, you can just call Interco Recycling, 1-877-258-3601, or just go to the web, www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Mellotronics recycler since 1996. Braden Spar, Nick Wilkie, Kyle Franklin due up to face off against Ari Gordon here in his second inning of work, looking to slam the door shut for the Falcons, who have a 6-2 lead. Gordon looked pretty good last inning. Probably the most efficient and effective we've seen him in his third appearance, setting down the side in order. Now has the task here in the top of the seventh inning of setting down 7, 8, 9 to try to conceal the victory for the Falcons. Spar at the plate, walked and came around to score in the fifth inning. That pitch missed upstairs. 3 balls and no strikes. And then he struck out swinging in the second inning. 0 for 1 with a strikeout for the catcher. That pitch called for a strike. Spar thought it was ball 4, but he come back to the plate. 3 balls and a strike is the count. The Falcons.
Even if you think that's a ball 4, a little premature bat toss, unless that pitch is way out of the zone. It's probably a ball, but some umpires take offense to that, some don't. But it goes on an individual basis.
He throws the bat there just a pitch later, and he'll get on to start the inning via the free pass, so things could get a little interesting. A 6-2 ball game. Final shot here for the Gems. Ari Gordon looking to slam the door shut. He has a 6-2 lead. A 4-run cushion for his Falcons. Looking for their 4th win of the season. As Josh Kiesel is asking for 2 innings out of the right arm of Ari Gordon. Now Nick Wilkie, the designated hitter in the box, first offering to him missed low, 1 ball and no strikes. The 1-0 pitch. Misfires again, 2-0 is the count. The designated hitter, Nick Wilkie, knows that all the Gems need to start off this inning to have a shot as base runners. Don't help the pitcher out by swinging at things outside of the zone. That one's outside of the zone, up and away. 3 balls and no strike is the count.
If he's going to work himself into trouble, let him do it.
Gordon, the 3-0 pitch. Gordon walks the first 2 hitters here in the top of the 7th inning. The Gems get a couple of runners on and now have a chance, it seems like. As Kyle Franklin comes to the box, he's been rung up a couple times looking here in this ball game.
You know he wants to redeem himself. Nobody likes to go down looking. If you go down swinging, at least you gave it a valiant effort. If you're going down looking, that means you got fooled. So Franklin, if he can deliver a base hit here, just keep the line moving and bring it back to the top of the order. Let them do some damage.
So Gordon looking to work around these 2 walks to start off the top of the 7th inning. And Franklin, looking to redeem himself, has a couple strikeouts looking this evening and already has a home run to his credit here this summer. Would be a good time for number 2, or at least do something to keep the line moving as Gordon gets back in the zone on the first pitch for a strike. The 0-1 offering awaits. Now ahead 0-2 in the count to the 9th-place hitter Kyle Franklin, the 3rd baseman. Final shot here for the Gems. We thank all you for joining us here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV, but we hope you stay locked in, take a little break, do whatever you need to do, but we have baseball after this as well. A part of 3 games today on Car Shield Collegiate League TV, all games on YouTube, but the Hoots and the Cavemen will come up after this one just about 20 minutes upon the conclusion of this game. That will be on the same stream, and then we'll be back with you right around first pitch As that ball is chopped to the second baseman, Hoffman flips it over, but they can't complete the double play as the throw from Andrew Fay brought Austin Schmidt up the line at first, but you wouldn't think you would have got the speedy Franklin either way, but they do get an out. So
that's
one out and runners on the corners.
Most important thing, just get an out. Any way you can get an out. That's one last chance the Gems have of mounting a rally.
Gems, as we said, in jeopardy of dropping their 4th game in a row. If they can't muster up a rally here in the top of the 7th inning, 6-2 the score. Runners at the corners, 1 away. Both runners reached on the free pass from Ari Gordon. And then a fielder's choice. Got Wilkie off the base pass, and Kyle Franklin got on. That almost looked like a double play ball, but it was a tough turn up the middle with Hoffman and Fay. As Gordon falls behind to another hitter, here in the top of the order, Josh Gibson, who's 2 for 3 this evening, and that ball's inside. 3-0 the count. Gibson had a double in the 3rd inning and came around to score, had a single in the 5th. The leadoff hitter looking for more as the Gems need a rally. They've only had 3 hits tonight, 2 of them coming from Gibson as that ball is scooped by Staus, diving back to first as Staus made a nice scoop, a good pick, and then pop over to first, but alert runner at first, Kyle Franklin, gets back safely. 3 balls and a strike is the count.
And if Gibson can get on here, it'll bring the tying run to the plate just as the heart of the order is about to come up.
The strike gets in there. So 3 balls and 2 strikes, as we mentioned. The Gems just 3 hits tonight. Josh Gibson holds 2 of them. Does he have another one in that bat? 3-2 the count with 1 out. Runners at the corners. So he chops that one off to the left side and foul out of play. The Jeffco infielder been pretty impressive so far this season. The hitter on deck, Jack Rigoni. Things get a little interesting in this final frame. Ari Gordon trying to close the door. That ball's hit hard to left field, and it will get down. A diving effort by Colin Parrish, but it hits off his glove, and a run will score. Runners now on first and second after Gibson gets the RBI single. 3 hits tonight. He has 3 of the 4 Gems hits. He's been a big part of that offense for the Gems. Leading off the top of the order. The top of the order for both teams has been incredible. Josh Gibson for the Gems with 3 hits, and Alex Hoff with 2 hits, a home run and a single, and 2 runs scored for the Falcons as well. So both leadoff hitters getting it done for their respective squads as things get interesting here in the top of the 7th inning. Ari Gordon falls behind to Jack Rigoni, who struck out a couple times tonight, swings through that slider. Also reached on the free pass, had a stolen base back in the 3rd inning. And the right-hander looking to work out of this. A double play could end it, but it would be tough to get a double play from Jack Rigoni. Has some of the most speed we've seen in this league. That breaking ball misses outside. Very speedy starting Division I center fielder. 2-1 is the count. With 1 out, Gibson the runner at first. And Franklin the runner at second. Gibson had the RBI. That ball's hit up the middle. Backhanded step on second, throw over to first. Nice nifty play by Nick Hoffman to get Gibson at second. Runners at the corners and 2 away.
Boy, Hoffman made a heck of a play, almost turned 2. I didn't think there was any shot, and he made that a close play at first. Nice sliding play to save a potential run and then to get the out at second base, and now just 1 more out to go.
So Kyle Franklin does advance to third base on that ground ball up the middle. That breaking ball misses low. 1-0 the count. Ari Gordon working with runners on second and third. That ball's hit to the shortstop. Andrew Fay throws it across the diamond to Schmidt. And the Falcons win this one. 6-3 is the final. They win their fourth game. They're 4-3 now. And the Gems fall to 2-4, their fourth straight loss here on CarShield Collegiate League TV. So Ari Gordon shuts the door. 2 frames to end the game, just 1 run allowed, but he had the cushion to do it. Alex Hoff had an incredible day for the Falcons. And Austin Schmidt with that 2-run home run. We'll be back with you soon for the start of the Hoots and the Cavemen. So stay tuned with us. We have more baseball on tap. Third game coming up in about 20 minutes.
Just about ready for the final game of the day, game number 3. It's the two teams that haven't played yet today, the Cavemen and the Hoots. The Hoots will be the away team. We'll read you through their starting lineup. Dominic Cusimano leads things off. He plays second base. Nick Neville, the shortstop, hits second. Andrew Keck behind the plate hits third. Chase Krogman, the center fielder, hits fourth. Colin Bergman is in left field. He hits fifth. Matt Dunham hits sixth. He is at first base. Tyler Bastunas, the designated hitter, hits seventh. Matt Stakers at third base. He hits eighth. And Ty Staus will be playing right field, hitting ninth. So that lineup will go to work against the right-hander out of John Wood Community College, Ryan Foley. We've seen him already here in the CarShield Collegiate League. 7 2/3 innings, a couple of appearances for him. Out of the bullpen, making his first start here tonight. 3 strikeouts, 3 walks, 4 earned, and 7 1/3 innings so far from the right-hander Ryan Foley. Not the hardest throw you're ever going to see, but commands the strike zone well, gets a lot of ground balls, a lot of balls in play for the right-hander Ryan Foley.
He was carving last time out of the bullpen, so interesting to see what he can do now, getting the start, getting the nod from Will Bradley. And for these O'Fallon's Hoots starting things off, they kind of get that home field advantage vibe, albeit they're not on and they're not the home team tonight. But interesting to see what we can see out of Foley. Very good breaking ball we saw last time. We'll see what he goes as he faces the Hoots top of the order.
4 shutout innings last time for Foley against the Corn Belters back on Monday, so he bookends the start and the end of the week. He pitched on Monday, he pitches here on Sunday. 4 shutout innings against the Corn Belters on Monday for the right-hander Ryan Foley. He'll work to Dominic Cusimano to lead things off. Thank you for joining us here on CarShield Collegiate League TV. Shane Holsey, Will Connerly, as the first pitch from Ryan Foley misses down and away. We're underway here in game number 3 of the day. It was a victory for the Eagles in game 1, victory for the Falcons in game 2. One and one count to Dominic Cusimano. Leading things off for Joe Lincoln's Hoots this evening, coming in at 3-3. Cavemen at 2-3-1. As that breaking ball from Foley misses outside, 2-1. We talked about that breaking ball from Foley. It was working to great effect last time he was on the mound. Got a lot of outs with that pitch. Surrendered 5 hits, but none of them came across to score last time he was on the mound. And now a 2-2 count to Dominic Cusimano out of Indiana State, playing second base and hitting leadoff for Joe Lincoln here this evening. The payoff pitch coming from Foley, fouled away. Cusimano 3 for 13 at the plate. He's got a single, a double, and a triple so far this summer. That breaking ball misses down low. He's worked the count full against Ryan Foley. Foley from right here in O'Fallon, but took his talents north to John Wood Community College up in Quincy.
A couple John Wood Blazers in this league, Andrew Fay as well.
Cusimano rips that one, fouled on the right field line and out of play.
Cusimano, 3 hits, 1 single, 1 double, 1 triple on the season. And he's been moved around all over the order. Now back to the top of the lineup for Joe Lincoln.
Foley delivers the 3-2. Inside, Cusimano works an 8-pitch walk to get things started for the Hoots. Fourth walk surrendered by Foley in 7 1/3 so far this summer. Starting his first game, he's worked a couple of games out of the bullpen. Wears number 6 for John Wood, wearing number 12 for Will Bradley's Cavemen. That pitch misses to the SIU Saluki, Nick Neville.
Usually we've seen Evan Martin these past couple of games at the top of the lineup, but Dominic Cusimano does a great job of leading things off with a walk.
Neville in his first game here in the Carshill Collegiate League. Scored a couple of runs. 0 for 2 so far for him.
Recent addition to the Hoots squad, a very talented infielder. Swings it from the left side and has flashed the leather a couple of times, makes some pretty good plays on the defensive side as well.
SIU Saluki, formerly a South Carolina Gamecock in Columbia, South Carolina. Originally from Arlington, Virginia. Currently resides in Atlanta. That's up the middle. Colin Turnbow makes a backhanded play on the first for out number 1.
Nifty play right there from the second baseman. A strong throw. And a ball gets hit right up the middle with a very speedy Neville. You got to get rid of it quickly, and that's what he does.
Even on routine ground balls, you got to be quick with it. We'll take it around the horn for the Cavemen. Start with the outfielders. Zach Floyd is in the left. Tyler Headcamp in center. Daniel Sperling in right field. Luke Mann at third base. Brendan Claus at short. Turnbow at second. Chase Gibson at first. And Nick Rose behind the plate, catching Ryan Foley. It's the first pitch to Andrew Keck is fouled away.
And this guy was on a tear this past spring.
Hitting .400 for the SEMO Redhawks this spring. Now also stole 7 bases. So good speed behind the plate from Andrew Keck. Boy.
You get to see that out of a catcher. You got to like it, don't you?
Got to love it. SEMO is reeling in the backstops. The Stouse brothers, Braden Spar, Andrew Keck. Loaded catcher's room down at Southeast Missouri State. The 2-strike offering from Foley misses in the dirt, so 1-2 count to Keck.
And really, it's a loaded roster full of players at local Division I's, SEMO, SLU. You also got SIUE and SIUC as well. A lot of the talent in this league coming from those areas.
That pitch is hit up the middle and on into center field. An RBI base hit for Andrew Keck, and that brings across Cusimano. He scores the first run of the game. Hoots on top, 1-0.
Big time right there from Keck. Taking it right back where it came from and continuing on his tear. Had his first game last night in the Carshill Collegiate League, and now notches himself a RBI single with just 1 out. And the Hoots scoring in the first inning. We've seen them do that 3 times this season. The offense has been a little slow. We've been more impressed with their pitching, but somehow they have been able to give their pitching a good lead early on pretty consistently, and maybe that plays into a factor of why their pitching has been so successful.
They've scored just enough for their pitching staff. Hitting just .210 as a team coming in to play today, but the pitching staff has been top-notch.
Effective.
Early on.
Very effective.
A 1-ball, no-strike count to Chase Krogman, the center fielder. Keck got a good read on that pitch, and he might head over to third. He's going to take 2 bases on the pass ball.
Look at that. We're talking about his speed.
Putting it on display there.
Obviously no stolen bases, but he does get to run around from first to third there. It shows us why. Aggressive base running right there.
He got a great jump on the pitch in the dirt, and then Nick Rose couldn't find it. So Keck just kept on running, and he's at third with 1 away for Chase Krogman. Playing center field here this evening, Evan Martin gets the night off.
Keck having a little conversation with Luke Mann over at third, 2 former St. John Vianney High School graduates, both standouts who won a state championship right here on Carshield Field.
Just a couple of seasons ago. As Krogman swings and misses at a ball in the dirt, he chased ball 3. That runs the count even, 2-2. A lot of players with experience here at Carshield Field, the Misha State Tournament. Final 4 held here every single season. Now the 2-2 coming from Foley. Swing and a miss. Krogman goes down on strikes for out number 2. First strikeout for Foley. And that brings in Colin Bergman. Kind of struggled to get things going at the plate. He has drawn a lot of walks, 4 walks in 18 plate appearances, but just a couple of hits in 13 at-bats. Has driven in 5 runs, though. And that's blocked nicely by Rose. Ball 1. Keck stays put at third.
And a big 2-out RBI opportunity to extend on this Hoots lead. Here early on, top of the first inning, you see that if the Hoots can get a couple runs, we know what Mr. Cleveland did last time on the mound. Tyler Cleveland was incredible. So
he'll be taking the mound for the Hoots in the bottom of the first. But Ryan Foley has to get this final out before the Cavemen can come to bat. And a 1-1 count to Colin Bergman. RBI chance here for Bergman. He's driven in 5 so far this summer. And that leads this Hoots ball club. Again, the stats from last night not official as that ball game has not been concluded. As that pitch gets away from Rose, Keck coming to the plate. He is safe.
wow, Andrew Keck showing us he takes second base as the ball scoots away from the catcher and third base, and then again takes advantage of the ball getting behind Nick Rose and eventually comes home. Big time base running from the catcher, Andrew Keck.
I thought that ball might have been foul tip, but Bergman just swung right through it, and Rose couldn't hang on to it. Rose struggling a bit behind the plate here in the top of the first. So Bergman fouls that one away. He stays alive. Now nobody on and 2 away, but a run has come across to score. Andrew Keck makes it 2-0 Hoots here in the top of the first. Swing and a miss. Bergman goes down on strikes. Couple of strikeouts in the inning for Foley. But the Hoots get a couple of runs. We head to the bottom of the first. Cavemen coming to bat, down 2-0. To the bottom of the first we go, a 2-0 Hoots lead. Again, the Hoots, the away team here this evening. Cavemen, the home team. Taking through the starting lineup for the Cavemen. It'll be Danny Sperling, Colin Turnbow, Luke Mann, Mitch Daniels, Zach Floyd, Chase Gibson, Brendan Kloss, Chase Rose. I apologize, Nick Rose and Tyler Headcamp. And they will go to work against the right-hander out of Central Arkansas, Tyler Cleveland. He's made a couple of appearances so far, 6 2/3. He's really impressed. 6 2/3 scoreless innings, 7 strikeouts, 1 walk, just 3 hits. Surrendered by the right-hander out of Central Arkansas. And he was having a nice season at Central Arkansas. 7 innings pitched, 6 appearances. All-state selection at Sheridan High School down in Arkansas, 2017-2018. And he's the starter for Joe Lincoln here this evening, and the Cavemen coming to bat, already facing a 2-0 deficit.
He had that breaking ball working last time out. We'll see what we get to see from the right-hander here, but he looked really, really effective last time on the mound.
And the first pitch to Danny Sperling is in there for a strike, so Tyler Cleveland starts his ball game with a called strike. To the right fielder, Danny Sperling. And 2 straight strikes, 0-2 count. Count stays at 0-2 after Sperling fouls that one back. Tyler Cleveland already with a 2-0 lead before he even takes the mound. Still an 0-2 count to Sperling. That breaking ball misses outside. Sperling 3 for 14 on the summer so far, has walked 4 times and has been hit by 2 pitches and scored 5 runs. He works the count back to even. 2 straight balls from Cleveland. Breaking ball missed, then a fastball. And it's back to 2-2. Payoff pitch from Cleveland. Outside. That fastball ran just outside. And Sperling works the count full. A couple of good at-bats by both leadoff men. Cusimano's in it in a walk. See what Sperling does here. Another walk. So both leadoff hitters reach base via the walk. Cusimano came around to score, and we talk about it often. How often does that leadoff walk come across to score? The answer is more often than not.
No doubt. And so we'll see, because we like the way Cleveland worked, and he got a lot of ground balls last time, so I think he's going to try to come inside Turnbow and try to roll something up.
He goes inside there, but it missed a little high. And the second baseman out of Maryville, Colin Turnbow, hitting with a runner on base. Turnbow 4 for 14 with a homer here this summer. First home run in Carshill Collegiate League history was off his bat, a broken bat. Neville on the run, and Dunham can't scoop it out.
Tough scoop right there.
So give Turnbow an infield hit. Tough play for Nick Neville. So a walk and then an infield single. And runners on first and second for the dangerous Luke Mann.
You can say that again, Shane.
Runners on first and second for the dangerous Luke Mann. Asking you shall receive, Mr. Connerly.
Dangerous, that is, right.
First pitch swinging, and he loops that one into left field. Bergman charging hard. He won't get to it, and it gets past him. Sperling will come across to score, and Mann advances to second. Turnbow over to third. So give Mann a base hit, and he advances on the error out in left field by Colin Bergman.
His 11th hit of the season. Just 4th single. Because he's had 5 doubles and 2 home runs as well.
On an absolute tear coming into play this evening. Hitting at a paltry 625 clip.
And even when he doesn't absolutely smoke the ball, like we've seen him do all summer long, the bloop single will do as well. And also earn him an RBI.
And when you're swinging the bat well, those fall for hits. When you're not swinging the bat well, the line drives fine gloves.
Yeah, but the Missouri Tiger is definitely swinging it well. He's a two-way threat. We saw how effective he was on the mound as well.
He's been on base more than 70% of the time. That was his 21st plate appearance. So make that 11 hits. And 15 times Luke Mann has been on base in 21 plate appearances. 0-2 count to the designated hitter, Mitch Daniels, hitting fourth. And he pops that one foul. 3 straight Cavemen have reached a walk and a couple of base hits, and what do you know, the leadoff walk comes in to score.
No doubt, and also the thing is, Cleveland looking to try to work out of this and get in a groove, because we talked about it, but his effectiveness last time was very impressive. But this time we're off to a rocky start after a walk and a couple singles. But you mentioned it, that leadoff hitter ever so important.
Cleveland trying to work out of a jam here in the first. The 1-2 to Daniels is chopped foul. So runners on second and third, an RBI base hit by Mann. Advancing on the error. Turnbow over at third, Mann out at second with nobody out. Slider and Daniels spit on it. Seventh pitch of the AB coming up here from Tyler Cleveland to Mitch Daniels. The 2-2. Chop foul, we'll do it again. Good at bat shaping up here from Daniels. Base hit could give the Cavemen the lead as they try to answer the 2 runs put up by the Hoots in the top half. The 2-2 coming from Cleveland. Fouled away. 4 2-strike foul balls, and Daniels stays alive. Looking for a couple of RBIs here. He's driven in a couple this summer. 4 for 14 coming into play. The 2-2. Right down the middle, strike 3. Cleveland picks up his first strikeout, and more importantly, the first out of the inning. And in steps the left fielder, Zach Floyd. He now with a chance to give the Cavemen the lead if he can pick up a base hit here or a fly ball or ground ball to drive in a run. Big hole up the middle. Shortstop Neville playing deep in the 5-6 hole. Floyd 1 for 13 on the summer so far. Has been hit by 4 pitches. And that's hit to the left side. Neville backhand across his body. And a nice play by Neville as Floyd is out at first. But an RBI ties it up. Turnbow comes across to score to make it 2-2. Nice play there by Neville, showing off the range. He was shading Floyd towards that hole. And he backhanded it, fired it across his body, and a nice long hop for Matt Dunham at first, and he picks it out and gets Floyd by a half step. So RBI number 3 on the summer for Daniels. Turnbow scores his 4th run. Luke Mann still out at second as that pitch hits Chase Gibson, and he heads on down to first. So now Brendan Kloss with runners on first and second, 2 away. Looking for a 2-out base hit to give the Cavemen the lead. Luke Mann still out there at second. He picked up an RBI base hit. RBI ground out by Zach Floyd has tied it. Each team has put up 2 here in the first. And he skies that one into center. Krogman drifting back into right center, and he puts it away. Cavemen strand a couple, but they score a couple. We head to the top of the second, all knotted up at 2 here on Carshield Collegiate League TV. As always, this inning brought to you by our friends at Interco Recycling. They've been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since way back in 1996, before either I or Will Connerly was even born. They operate a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics in need of recycling, you can give Interco Recycling a call at 1-877-258-3601, or you can head to the interweb and type in itcscrap.com, and you can find them there. 1-877-258-3601 or itcscrap.com. Our friends at Interco Recycling, a Metaltronics recycler since Since when?
1996.
1996, that's right.
Before Shane Holsey was even born.
Before you were even born.
That's right. It means they're a long-standing, wonderful company, and we're so thankful for their sponsorship.
Yes, absolutely, all season long. Interco Recycling, one of our proud sponsors. If you're interested in sponsoring our broadcast, shoot us an email, Carshield Collegiate League TV @gmail.com. Or you can hit us up on social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. We're everywhere across social media. You can't miss us.
Well, they may be able to miss us because we're not everywhere. No, we're not on TikTok
Not
yet.
everywhere at once.
Not everywhere at once. That'd be impossible, but we're not everywhere on the socials. No, we're not on Venmo yet. We're not on Snapchat.
Not on Snapchat.
We're not on TikTok. But other than that, I think we're are there any ones I'm missing? There's so many of them.
Those are the big ones.
All those apps come up, and
those are the big ones.
I miss it because there's so many of them.
Matt Dunham leads things off for the Hoots in a 2-2 ball game. Ryan Foley back out for his second inning. Anyways, at Carshield CL is where you can find us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Follow along with us all season long. And, of course, if you haven't subscribed yet, hit that subscribe button. If you're in full screen mode, go ahead and exit full screen mode. Click on that little button, then you can put it back in full screen mode. Hit that notification bell as well while you're at it, and you'll get updated whenever we go live. If you haven't subscribed already, for those of you, the 300 or so who have already subscribed, we greatly appreciate all the support we've gotten here in this first couple weeks. And Matt Dunham looks at strike 3, so 3 strikeouts for Ryan Foley.
Yeah, and Shane, you mentioned the fans, the subscribers, the people we do it for. We know a lot of the fans, players from out of town, the families want to watch, the coaches want to watch, and we want to provide that in the best way we can possible, and starting something kind of from the ground up when you create your own league, and we're doing it the best way we can. Covering every single game, yes, but trying to cover each game we can and stay updated on all the changes. And we know the players come from all across the country, and that's where people watch from. We understand most of you guys watching from, out of the area because you are able to come watch your family member or college teammates or players, if you're a coach, play the game. So it's definitely couldn't be done with all the support we've gotten. From many of the family members, and it helps us realize and recognize the importance of putting this on for everybody. And
I couldn't have said it better myself.
And internally, you could have said it better, but internally also thanks to David Schmoll and the general manager and all the ownership of the O'Fallon Hoots who did a tremendous job to put everything together.
That's an understatement. Tremendous is an understatement, being able to put this together in a matter of weeks. It wasn't even months. It was weeks putting this league together after the Prospect League canceled their season.
And you kind of said, well, we're still going to play. And it was in the works a little bit because you want to think and you want to plan ahead and read between the lines of what's going to happen with the Prospect League. But it was just beautiful to see this light at the end of the tunnel. These guys being able to have some competition out here after so long not being able to compete and getting out here and seeing that competition. We've seen some great baseball so far. To just get lost in a baseball game for 1 or 2 or today 3 times throughout the day.
Tyler Bastunis goes down on strikes. 4 strikeouts in a row for Foley.
Talk about getting in a groove after a couple singles early in the first inning, letting a couple runs score. He's in a groove.
Not necessarily the prototypical strikeout pitcher you'd imagine when you first think of a strikeout artist, but Ryan Foley, 4 strikeouts in a row, 2 in a row to end the first inning, and now 2 in a row here to start the second as he works to Matt Staker, hitting 8th in the lineup for Joe Lincoln here this evening.
Staker, another one of those Gorlocks in this league. You saw Gorlock on the mound, Ben Kowalski, and then also Ben Swords at the hot corner for the Falcons. He's having a season, hitting 500.
Gorlock's well represented the D3 Webster University as Staker rips that one into left field, a 2-out base hit. Second hit for the Hoots. And that breaks a string of 4 straight strikeouts by Ryan Foley. And now he'll have to work with the right fielder this evening, Ty Stouse. We've seen him primarily behind the dish and saw him square off with his older brother Wade a few nights ago. They had let's just say interesting encounter.
That was awesome. That was crazy.
One of the cool moments we've seen so far. In case you missed it, Wade Stouse was at the plate. It was the Hoots squaring off against the Falcons. Ty Stouse was behind the plate. Ty, the younger brother of Wade. And Wade fouled a pitch, let's just say off the midsection of Ty Stouse. Took a couple minutes, catch his breath, and then 2 pitches later, Stouse hits one of the longest home runs we've seen this summer, an absolute bomb. So, older brother usually wins.
And he fouled that one off the area you don't want to get hit as a catcher and as anybody, but as you mentioned, the home run, that was what took us back. I mean, that ball was launched into the stratosphere.
One of the longest home runs we've seen for sure. And it just so happened to come 2 pitches after he does that to his younger brother.
And you mentioned Stouse and Wright. Maybe this is something that SEMO looks to do with all this catching talent. Andrew Keck behind the plate, Stouse is in right. But then you also have Wade Stouse and Braden Spar all in this league as people who can catch will play or play at SEMO.
In the last 2 games, we've seen all 4 of SEMO's catchers, at least their primary positions, on the roster. Andrew Keck, the Stouse brothers, and Braden Spar, the Jim's backstop. 2-1 to Stouse, rather, is chopped out to second. Turnbow gets the easy out at second. A scoreless top of the second for Ryan Foley, who are through 1.5. We head to the bottom of the second. All knotted up at 2 here on Carshield Collegiate League TV. Back with you here on CarShield Collegiate League TV. Shane Holsey, Will Connerly bringing you all the action all summer long. All on 90 games streamed live here on YouTube. You're in the right place for CarShield Collegiate League Baseball all summer long as Nick Rose gets things started for the Cavemen here in the bottom of the second. 8-9-1. Rose, Headcap, and Sperling to lead things off here in the bottom of the second. 2-2 ball game. All those runs coming in the first inning. A scoreless second inning for Ryan Foley. He's through 2. Tyler Cleveland working out there for the Hoots here in the bottom of the second. Swing and a miss. Strike 2.
You mentioned all summer long, and it's been nice after the start of 2020 has been so interesting. We're over halfway through the year, but we're getting kind of some normalcy with some nice summer baseball.
And that's chopped to short. Neville, another tough play, and Dunham can't keep his foot on the bag. And we'll give Rose an infield single. Tough play there for Neville. Almost made it. But instead, an infield hit for Nick Rose, and he's on to lead off the second as the Cavemen look to take the lead. The Hoots jumped out to a 2-0 lead. And then Luke Mann delivered an RBI base hit. Another run came across the score later in the inning, and the Cavemen tied it up at 2 after one inning. Here as we play in the bottom of the second, and a runner on first after the infield single by Nick Rose.
And oh man, Shane, another nail biter. It seems like teams going back and forth. 2 pretty competitive arms on the mound. But the offense is getting there, and I know Joe Lincoln wants that squad to get the offense going because he knows what these arms can do with the likes of Jackson Keller, Devin Turback, Sam Stewart, and Cleveland on the mound now.
That's chopped up the middle, double play ball. Neville steps on it across the diamond to first. 6-3 double play, and that erases Rose. 2 away here in the second.
That pitcher's best friend, and we know Cleveland – being able to induce that ground ball double play really becomes a factor because of the run he has on that fastball when he can get in on someone's hands. We've talked about it a couple times, but a good job to get that runner off the base pass as they flip the lineup back over to the top.
Danny Sperling, the leadoff hitter, walked and came around to score in the first. He hits with 2 away and nobody on after Headcamp hits into the double play. Cleveland firing strikes here in the bottom of the second.
Maybe we see him get into a groove.
He's a strike-throwing machine. And that breaking ball is in there, strike 2.
Right on cue, Shane.
Make that 6 pitches and 6 strikes. Or 7 pitches and 7 strikes in this inning for Cleveland. The 0-2 outside.
He shook off twice to Keck and then went to that pitch. Was really confident in what he wanted to throw. 0-2. Missed well out of the zone.
Went with the fastball away. See what he goes to. 1-2. Another fastball, and Sperling swings right through it. A quick bottom of the second. We're through 2 here at CarShield Field. You're watching CarShield Collegiate League Baseball on CCL TV. Will Connerly brings it to you next.
This inning's brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601, or on the web at www.itcscrap.com. That's Interco Recycling, a Mellatronics recycler since 1996. So top of the order due up here for the Hoots in the top of the third inning. Each team traded a pair in the first, and then both starting pitchers threw scoreless frames in the second. Here in the top of the third, we're all knotted up 2-2 ball game. Dominic Cusimano singled and came around to score in the top of the first inning to lead things off for Joe Lincoln and the O'Fallon Hoots. Starting things off again here in the top of the third. Was a good leadoff hitter to be able to get that single and come around to score as Foley's working in his third inning of work. First pitch swinging, this ball hit to left field. Floyd is under it. One pitch, one away here in the top of the third. That brings up Nick Neville to the dish.
That's what Foley's going to do. You won't see him strike out a lot of guys. He did have 4 straight strikeouts, but normally going to get a lot of early swings, throws a lot of strikes, a lot of 1 and 2 pitch outs.
As the left-handed hitting shortstop comes in, Nick Neville swings through the first pitch. 0-1 the count with 1 away. And the shortstop up at the plate grounded out in the first inning, sandwiched between a couple singles between Dominic Cusimano and Andrew Keck. They both came around to score. As the Hoots got this ball game started off with a couple runs, but the Cavemen responded with 2 of their own in the bottom frame. We're all knotted here. As that ball is hit towards center field, it'll be a single for Nick Neville, so he gets on first with a 1-out single. So Andrew Keck coming to the plate, had a RBI single last time up. Now Foley will try to work around the 1-out single to center by Nick Neville. Breaking ball in there for a strike against the former St. John Vianney standout, Andrew Keck. Andrew Keck, competing at the Division I level, as we mentioned, had 28 hits in just 70 tries, along with 7 stolen bases. And he showed it on the base pass last time. He swiped. He didn't get stolen base, but the ball scooted away from Nick Rose, and he went from first to third on a ball to the backstop, and then another ball scooted away from Rose, and he came home to score a run, along with having that RBI to drive in Cusimano in the first inning. 0-1 to Keck. He hits that up the middle. Taylor-made claws to Turnbow, over on to Gibson, and the double play ends the inning. We send it to the bottom of the third, 2-2 the score. You're watching Carcio Collegiate League TV. So Colin Turnbow will lead off the bottom of the third inning, 2-2 ball game. Turnbow singled and came around to score back in the first, and we'll see what's in store for the second baseman here in the bottom of the third inning against Mr. Cleveland, who's been pretty good tonight. And he looked really efficient last inning. Thanks to Beckett Scott for tuning in and cheering on Tyler Cleveland. Most of the city of O'Fallon is behind you in that as well. He's been pretty efficient, very effective on the mound so far this season. It's been fun to watch him pump strikes for Joe Lincoln's O'Fallon Hoots. He has a couple strikes on Colin Turnbow, ahead 0-2 in the count here in the bottom of the third inning.
We were talking during the break. We had a feeling this game was going to fly by with these two pitchers on the mound. Both of them work very quickly. Both throw a lot of strikes, a lot of balls in play.
And even if you would think, oh, there was 4 total runs scored in the first inning, but two runs for each squad in the first inning. They just traded a pair, but they were on balls in play. The pitchers were still competing, and that's what you like to see. Pitchers pumping strikes a lot of times will be successful. And that's what Cleveland has done. He faced the minimum in the second and now faces 2, 3, 4, Turnbow, Mann, and Daniels for the Cavemen here in the bottom of the third inning. An all knotted up ball game. Two pitchers, as you mentioned, who have been pumping strikes for the most part all game long. A swing and a miss, and Cleveland gets the strikeout. Third strikeout for the right-hander tonight as Luke Mann comes to the plate. He came into this day, he was slugging something off the charts, Shane.
Over 1,300, the slugging percentage. 700 on base coming into play. OPS over 2,000.
And OPS that's your on base plus your slugging. So that basically is telling you not only the rate, how much you're going to get on base, it's basically how many bases you're going to get on average per at bat. So he's basically averaging a double at the plate. Over 2,000. Because a single is 1,000, a double's 2,000, a triple's 3,000, and a home run's 4,000. Because it's how often you get on base plus how many bases you get when you get on base. So it's really telling statistic on the offensive side. And he's doing it over 2,000. Getting on base a lot, and he's getting a lot of bases. Been an absolute slugger so far this season. And he's in a slugger's count, 2-0 against Cleveland. We'll see what he goes to. A swing, and that ball's fouled back to the screen. Because when you look at some numbers, you see, okay, was that a typo? And when you're putting in the statistics, and that one is definitely when you looked and you kind of had to do a double take there. Say, whoa.
1,300 slugging percentage, and now we're over 20 plate appearances, so we're getting to that point to where we can start looking at things like that, things like slugging percentage, on base percentage.
So 3 balls and a strike. As Cleveland works to the left-handed hitting man, a swing and a miss. So now the count runs full. Tyler Cleveland, a 6'1", right-hander from the University of Central Arkansas. Had 6 appearances, 7 innings pitched as a redshirt freshman at Central Arkansas. Now with the full count, so Luke Mann looking to put him away. The full count pitch. Hit right back up the middle. And Mann continues to produce. He's 2 for 2 tonight with a pair of singles.
Can almost pencil in at least a single every time Mann comes to the plate.
Well, it
seems like
you can pen in a double every time, it seems like, on average with that OPS over 2,000. But, yeah, as you mentioned, it seems guaranteed he's doing something good every time he comes to the plate. Then the hottest hitter in the Car Shield Collegiate League. And not to too much surprise, we knew how good he was, but to see it in action, something else. A broken Brett Chopper comes up to Neville at short. Needs to get rid of it quick. No throw and an infield single for Mitch Daniels, the designated hitter.
Well, Neville has had a workout out there at short. He's had a lot of balls hit his way. Had to go a long way for just about every single one. And he's been busy out there at short.
Mitch Daniels notches his 5th hit of the season. 4 of which have been singles, and the infield single now has runners on first and second with just 1 away. And Zach Floyd comes up at an RBI on a ground out to the shortstop last time up. This one's chopped towards Cleveland, goes through his glove, coming to the second baseman. Cusimano throws it over to Dunham to get the out. So Cleveland got a glove on it, but Cusimano was there to clean it up. Runners do advance to second and third, but there's 2 away. Cleveland will look to strand a couple runners who are both in scoring position now for Chase Gibson. And a 2-2 nail-biter here early on in bottom of the 3rd inning. And Cleveland looking to work to strand a couple runners. Cavemen looking to take the lead. A pitch taken outside for strike 1. Strike 2 from Cleveland. Ahead on Chase Gibson. So the 0-2 pitch awaits. Just a bit outside with that slider. As Cleveland's looking to strand a couple runners on second and third. Mann had the single, who's 2 for 2 on the night. And Mitch Daniels had the infield single. Both those runners reached and then advanced on a Zach Floyd ground out. Chase Gibson now at the plate, 1-2 the count. And Cleveland goes back to the slider, misses off the plate, evening the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 3rd inning in a 2-2 ball game.
That's good pitch recognition by Gibson, knowing that slider is going to break even more than normal. Cleveland from a sidearm delivery, so nice job by Gibson to lay off.
So Cleveland comes set and delivers. Another broken bat. Going to the right side, Dunham gets over to first, and that will strand a couple runners. We're through 3, 2-2 ball game. You're watching CCL TV. This inning's brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. They operate a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or even electronics to recycle, you can call 1-877-258-3600. 3601 or on the web, www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Mellotronics recycler. Since 1996, first offering from Foley here in his fourth inning of work is a breaking ball that fooled Chase Krugman. 0-1 the count. 4, 5, 6 due up here for the Hoots in a 2-2 ball game in the top of the fourth inning. As Krugman spits on that one, 1 ball and 1 strike to the center fielder Chase Krugman, who's playing in the White Sox organization, an MLB draft pick last season. 1 ball, 1 strike. That ball is chopped and sawed off to the left side. And a 1-2 count. It Foley working here in his fourth inning. He had a couple relief appearances, and he went pretty long in both of those 3+ innings both times. And so that showed Will Bradley something. Hey, maybe we can throw him out there to start the game. And working into the fourth inning, it looks like it's paid off as that pitch is missed upstairs. And maybe he could be someone for, if we're being honest, the Cavemen don't have the deepest pitching. They have one of the better offenses, but their pitching is where we've seen the most of the struggles. But Halverson being an addition to the squad, and then also if they can get consistent innings, starting pitching innings out of Foley, looks like at least that staff from our perspective deepens a little bit.
And if Foley can give them even 4 innings, you'd like to, if he can get through this inning quickly, maybe send them out there for a 5th, save some of those arms in the bullpen. They've been these arms are, we're going to see maybe as the starters get stretched out, especially as these bullpens start to get taxed a little bit.
Foley throws that one over to Gibson at first. That little squibber back to the pitcher. And Krugman almost beat it out. He was hustling down the line. Foley had to make a quick play. Looked like he barehanded that one and tossed it over to Gibson at first for the first out here. And the top of the fourth inning in a 2-2 ball game. Colin Bergman now at the plate. Struck out swinging back in the first inning.
And that's, you see, we talk about it a lot. Pitchers fielding balls like that can get a little dicey sometimes because, and really it's a totally different throw than what you're accustomed.
Yeah.
I mean, you go out and throw 50, 60 pitches one way, and then all of a sudden you have to make a totally different throw. That's why you see so many balls airmailed or spiked in the dirt, because you're not used to making that throw.
Absolutely, and you see also when pitchers are working on it, your arm slot from the infield is going to be different than your arm slot from the mound as that ball is grounded to Brendan Claus. Scoop over at first, and Gibson scoops it off the turf for the second out. Nice nifty play from the shortstop, but also by Gibson to scoop it up as Brendan Claus and Gibson hook up for that second out. But Shane, you mentioned the pitcher making the different throw, and it's absolutely right. Your arm angle is going to be way different off of the mound consistently throwing from then when you're getting the ball out of the infield. And that's why a lot of time coaches, I know at Quincy, Coach Raby would tell us, hey, drop down. Drop down when you're throwing it over to first because you don't know how to throw to first with your normal arm slot. So become an athlete, and a lot of times that's what they'll do if pitchers really struggle to throw to first because it's a different motion. It's complete different mechanics because pitchers are really good at one thing, and that's pitching. And so when you try to make them do something else, sometimes things get a little complicated. But Foley did a good job to get that out. As Dunham takes that breaking ball low, 2-0 the count. Matt Dunham was at Jeffco, was tearing it up this season. And you look at a lot of guys in this league and you say they were tearing it up, and what could have been if they could have put together a full season and the draft around the corner. A handful of the guys in this league who maybe have commitments back to their universities or are transferring from junior colleges to Division I's would have been picked in the MLB draft with 40 rounds. A handful of these guys. We've seen some great talent.
That's a great point. And you take a look at all the guys in the major leagues now who, if they were going into the MLB draft this year, wouldn't even have gotten drafted. 5 rounds versus 40 rounds. With all the baseball talent across the country, 5 rounds is a microscopic amount.
Yeah, and it makes you think, what does the future hold now for a lot of these minor leaguers who were drafted late? And what does the future hold for the MLB draft as well? Are they going to continue to have a much shorter draft? Do they look at the financial benefits of having that opposed to something else? So interesting things looming for Major League Baseball. Of course, right now it's pretty prevalent with them trying to get the season going, but obviously a lot of complications with the coronavirus and the Major League Baseball. But Bradley is going to have a visit with Foley after Dunham reaches. But it is interesting all around here, Shane, with what's been going on, as Bradley is going to stick with the right-hander.
He needs to get some length out of Foley, at least try to get him through this fourth inning. If you can get him through 4 innings, you'd be more than happy.
So he sticks with Foley after getting a couple outs to start the top of the 4th inning. Issuing a walk to Matt Dunham brings up the designated hitter Tyler Bastunas as he fouls this one away. 1 ball, 1 strike with 2 outs. And Foley looking to work around a 2-out walk. There is action down in the Cavemen bullpen, so Will Bradley, after 2 quick outs from Foley, wanted to have a word with the right-hander and see which direction they want to go. Foley, indeed, in his first start this season, so they want to monitor the pitch count of the right-hander as well. All these pitchers being careful with their arms, as a lot of them have definitely not built up all of that conditioning yet. A 1 ball, 2 strike count with 2 away. And right-hander Jamie Burdish getting loose. He's teammates with Skylar Dick Knight, who we saw on the mound earlier this afternoon. That ball's chopped to the right side, grounded through all the way to right field. Dunham's going from first to third, and now runners at the corners with 2 outs. Things brewing for the Hoots here in the top of the 4th inning. A nice ground ball single for Tyler Bastunas. Wasn't hit hard, but got right through the hole it needed to get through and goes to the right field.
Gibson almost came away with another spectacular defensive play, diving to his right. A right-handed first baseman, that's a little more difficult play, albeit a diving one, but gets right under Gibson's glove and just trickles into right field.
Foley comes set, runners at the corners and 2 away. And Matt Staker in the box. Again, Jamie Burdish getting hot down in the bullpen for the Cavemen. Westminster Blue Jay. Teammates with Skylar Dick Knight, who towed the rubber for Forrest Herman and his squad, who are top of the table, getting another victory today, improving to 5-2. As we post those standings on social media after every evening of baseball is complete. So tonight, probably around 11 o'clock, as we usually do after the nightcap is complete. As that breaking ball is dropped in there for a strike against the right-handed hitting third baseman Matt Staker. Staker had his first hit here in the Car Shield Collegiate League back in the 2nd inning, looking for more. If he does, it would give the Hoots the lead here in the top of the 4th, working against the right-hander Foley. Pitch missed low as Foley tried to go to the breaking ball. Definitely that's his best pitch.
That's a nice job by Rose, getting in front of that, smothering that baseball, not letting it get too far away to where Dunham can come across and score. And keeps the force in play at second, so if a ball is hit up the middle, can't go to first, you can go the short way to second base.
And in these 7-inning games, these innings, the 4th, 5th, 6th, seems like it's later now. Interesting at bat here with 2 outs and runners on the corners. Can Matt Staker come up big again after he got that single back in the 2nd? And as we mentioned, first of this young season. Can he do it again? 3-1 the count with 2 away. Runners at the corners. Hoots. That ball's hit to right field. Sperling is under it. And Foley has worked through 4 innings, strands a couple runners as we're tied at 2. You're watching CCL TV. We send it to the bottom of the 4th. And Cleveland back out for the 4th inning of work as the right-hander works against 7, 8, 9 in the order for the Cavemen. Brendan Claus, Nick Rose, and Tyler Headcamp. Brendan Claus flew out to the center fielder last time up as Cleveland goes to the breaking ball. 2 balls and a strike here in a 2-2 ball game. The Cavemen have just scattered 3 hits and scored 2 runs, both of which were in the bottom of the 1st inning. Likewise, the Hoots as well. You had both teams notch a pair in the 1st, but ever since then we've seen goose eggs on the scoreboard. And a swing and a miss from Claus to start off the bottom of the 4th inning. He goes down swinging. The 4th K tonight for the right-hander, 1 away, and that brings up the catcher, Nick Rose. Rose had a single last time at the plate in the 2nd inning. Cleveland working here. Throws the breaking ball over for a strike. There is action down in the Hoots bullpen. Another swing and a miss there from Nick Rose. 0-2 is the count with 1 away. Pitch up and away, gets behind Keck. 1 ball, 2 strike count to the right-handed hitting catcher, Nick Rose. It's been a beautiful evening, and again, if you're loving some baseball all day today, 3 games. Again, tomorrow's game has been changed, originally scheduled for 12, pushed back to 1:30 as Nick Rose takes a healthy swing and a miss for strike 3. 2 away here in the bottom of the 4th inning, and Tyler Headcamp, the 9th-place hitter, comes up to bat.
5 strikeouts now for Cleveland. He's settled in very nicely. Both starters have after that 1st inning.
The 1-0 pitch from Cleveland called for a strike. Headcamp didn't like it. A 1-1 strike with 2 away as Cleveland has K'd the first 2 hitters here this inning. And that breaking ball hits the lower portion of the strike zone for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 away, and the right-hander works. A swing and a miss. Cleveland looking good, striking out the side. We send it to the 5th, 2-2 ball game. You're watching CCL TV. This inning's brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601 or on the web at www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a electronics recycler since 1996. Ty Stouse, Dominic Cusimano, and Nick Neville due up here in the top of the 5th inning. 2-2 ball game. It's been a nail-biter so far ever since those 2 runs scored by each team in the first inning. Each pitcher has settled in, and now it's a call to the bullpen by Will Bradley. Right-handed pitcher Jamie Burdish comes out to the mound. His second appearance here in the Car Shield Collegiate League. Jamie Burdish went 1 inning last time out in his appearance, surrendered 3 hits and 4 runs while walking 3. And 1 hit by pitch. Getting ahead with a strike right here to Ty Stouse, the left-handed hitting catcher who's playing right field today. Showing his versatility. And also, he's shown his power, but it's in the blood as Wade Stouse as well. They both have some big-time pop. 1 ball, 1 strike as Burdish works on the mound. Plays at Westminster. A swing and a miss. Good breaking pitch right there from Burdish. Burdish was at Quincy University, then he transferred to Westminster, where he was pitching this season. Gets another swing and a miss, and he strikes out Ty Stouse. Nice breaker right there from the right-hander.
Breaker's got a lot of movement on it. Burdish, a very similar pitcher to Ryan Foley, doesn't throw exceptionally hard, but he's got a lot of movement on his pitches, and that breaking ball is a big one.
So Burdish faces off against the top of the order. Dominic Cusimano breaks that one in for a strike. Burdish looking good early on. Having much more command than he did last time out. 0-1 the count with 1 away. And Breaks that one in for a strike. So offering to go to the breaking ball for the first couple of pitches to Dominic Cusimano, the leadoff hitter for the Hoots, with one away in the top of the fifth inning. Just missed right there. 1 ball, 2 strikes is the count to left-handed hitting second baseman Dominic Cusimano. The 1-2 pitch. That one popped out of his hand and missed upstairs. 2-2 the count. That one missed up. So the count runs full. After getting ahead on Cusimano, he's worked the count full to 3 balls and 2 strikes. That ball skied into right field. The second baseman, Turnbow, doesn't know where it is, then eventually finds it back out of the lights and makes the play for the second out. At first he had his hands out. It looked like he wasn't sure. Eventually he found the ball and caught it for the second out of the inning. Here in the top of the fifth, that brings up Nick Neville.
That's just called stick-to-itiveness, not taking your eye off at least where you think the baseball is. Usually your guess is pretty close. So once that ball got out of the lights, he found it. And that was a mile high in the air.
Burdish first pitch missed up to Nick Neville, the left-handed hitting shortstop. Burdish misses with that breaking ball. 2 balls and no strikes. Here with 2 outs in the top of the fifth inning. Was competing at Westminster this past spring. Featured in their bullpen as that pitch is hit hard to right field. But under it is Sperling. So Burdish goes 1-2-3, and we go to the bottom of the fifth in a 2-2 ball game. You're watching CarShield Collegiate League TV. Top of the order, 2 up for the Cavemen here in the bottom of the fifth inning. Tie ball game. And a new arm on the mound, Jamie Young. He's all over the place. A couple dual threats in this league, and the Maryville commit will now toe the rubber here in the bottom of the fifth inning. Coming off the heels of a Tyler Cleveland great fourth inning. He struck out the side, all of them swinging. But now it's at the top of the order. Sperling, Turnbow, and Mann due up here in the bottom of the fifth in a 2-2 ball game. Neither team has found a way to score a run after the first inning. Pitch missed low. 2 balls and no strikes to the leadoff hitter, Daniel Sperling, who walked in the first inning, came around to score, and then struck out in the second. He's 0 for 1. Pitch taken for a strike on the corner. 2 balls and a strike. As a relief pitcher, Jamie Young has thrown 2 innings this season, here in his second appearance out of the bullpen for Joe Lincoln. First one coming up after Cleveland goes 4 innings. Cleveland really did impress for the second time this season, Shane, giving the Hoots a pretty good start.
And he settled in. Both those starters settled in nicely after the first inning.
A play from second, Cusimano over to Dunham. That's a tough play as the second baseman had to go across the bag at second base, make a throw while he's backpedaling. And the infield single notched for Sperlings. He's 1 for 2 tonight. And on base for a second time as he drew a walk to lead off this game. A runner on first and runner at the plate, Colin Turnbow. Colin Turnbow offering some speed. He came around to score in the first inning on a single. He struck out back in the third. And the Cavemen, with a leadoff runner on base, could be their opportunity, as the starter has been out of the ball game now. Cleveland likely coming out because of that pitch count. After striking out the side in the fourth inning, they give it to Young here in the fifth inning. As that ball was fouled back, the runner Sperling was in motion. Jamie Young is going to join the Maryville Saints pitching staff out here on the mound, but we've also seen him put together some pretty good at-bats as well. But this coming season, he'll be a nice addition along with Drake Salzman, who's also on this team. For the Cavemen, we've seen him work pretty good. Salzman, he was at Henderson for a couple years, and then he is going over to Maryville, and we saw him get pretty excited when Sam Stewart was carving, saying that was his roommate. So you got 3 pretty talented Maryville arms all in close proximity tonight. Don't forget about Hayden House, also another Maryville arm, but Jamie Young, Salzman.
And don't forget Jamie Young on the offensive end as well. Just as good on both sides.
The Australia native coming to
Australia.
Maryville by way of Lakeland Community College. But as you mentioned, he even had a home run in the 2020 season with Lakeland. As that runner's in motion, Sperling, the speedy Sperling, will dive into second base safely. He gets the stolen base, and Turnbow goes down on strikes for the second time tonight. That stolen base is brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA, the Y for youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility. Luke Mann now in the box. That's a scary sight for any opposing pitcher. He's 2 for 2 with a couple singles with an OPS over 2,000.
And climbing.
Well, it's falling with the couple singles tonight.
No. You can only add it if you get on base.
Amen.
Slugging percentage going down, but the OPS going up.
0-1 the count. And that's wild to think when you're slugging so high. If you set the bar so high that your numbers might fall.
You get a couple of singles and your slugging percentage goes down.
That pitch missed low by Young. So a couple talented Maryville pitchers here on this Hoots pitching staff. We saw Sam Stewart the other night really excel. Now Jamie Young, who's taking his talents to Maryville, working here in the bottom of the 5th inning for the Hoots. Misses upstairs with that pitch. Looking to work around a leadoff single here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Just the 3rd hit that the Cavemen have notched tonight, as Cleveland was pretty stingy. That ball scoots away from Keck, and Sperling will advance now just 90 feet away. That go-ahead run stands, and just 1 out. With Luke Mann in the box, a 3-1 count.
All he's got to do is just put a ball in play, at least in the air. They're going to bring the infield in. So if Mann puts a ball in the air, he's likely going to score a run.
As Mann gets on base via the free pass. And now runners will be on the corners. Mitch Daniels, the designated hitter, who's 1 for 2 with a strikeout and a single, will come up to the plate. Runners at the corners, 1 away. And just 90 feet away. A walk wasn't the worst thing for Young, as now he could try to get that double play to get out of it. But 90 feet away, a sac fly. Any ground ball that doesn't give a double play would give the Cavemen the lead. As Young gets that for a strike. As the designated hitter now falls behind 0-1 in the count. Young delivers the 0-1. Good breaking ball right there. Had good 12-6 action to get Daniels to swing through it. It'll be 0-2 with 1 away. And 2 runners on the corners. Cavemen looking to break the 2-2 ball game. And Young looking to strand a pair as he misses with that breaking ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And 1 out. The runner, the go-ahead run just 90 feet away. And Daniel Sperling, who led off this inning with a single. As that ball gets away from Keck and bounces up towards the 3rd base line, as Mann will easily scoot into second. So double play out of order now. And a 2-2 count. So got a couple runners in scoring position. Looks like prime opportunity here for the Cavemen in the bottom of the 5th inning. That ball's hit down and foul in the left field foul line. Mitch Daniels, the designated hitter, swings it from the right side. They're trying to work around a leadoff single here. It's now on 3rd base in Sperling. Shane Holsey, Will Connerly here with you. Things getting late in the Car Shield Collegiate League. All these 7-inning games in a 2-2 ball game. And this at-bat could be pretty telling as we progress. Young delivers. Pitch misses low. Now the payoff pitch coming. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and 1 away. There is an open base. The hitter on deck is Zach Floyd. So we'll see how Young wants to approach this at-bat with the infield pinched in now. Big pitch awaits from the right arm of Young. He delivers. A swing and a miss. Good job by Young, and now he is 1 pitch away.
Huge strikeout, massive strikeout. Now any out will strand the go-ahead run at 3rd.
Got a couple strikeouts this inning, but a couple runners have reached. 1 on a single, 1 on a walk. 2 away and 2 aboard as Zach Floyd, the left fielder, comes to the plate. A breaking ball gets over for a strike.
That big 12-6 action on that breaking ball is nasty off the right arm of Jamie Young. Just falls right off the table. Big tumbling action.
That ball's hit to the right side. Cusimano throws it over to Dunham. He makes the scoop. And Young strands a couple runners. 2-2 ball game. As we send it to the 6th, and we send it to Shane Holsey. You're watching Car Shield Collegiate League TV.
Reminder, this inning is always brought to you by our friends at Interco Recycling. They've been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. Their 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility is located on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, electronics in need of recycling, call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601. That's 1-877-258-3601, or you can visit them on the web at itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a metaltronics recycler since 1996. New pitcher taking the mound for the Cavemen. Third Cavemen to take the mound this evening. It's the left-hander out of Parkway Central, Ben Prywich. Maryville University, so another Maryville arm comes into this ballgame. A new Maryville arm, Jamie Young, worked a scoreless bottom of the 5th. And now in the top of the 6th, Ben Prywich will pitch to the heart of the Hoots order, Keck, Krogman, and Bergman. 3, 4, and 5.
This Maryville staff, Shane, getting a lot of work in the Car Shield Collegiate League.
A lot of arms from Pat Evers' squad, getting some meaningful innings here in the Car Shield Collegiate League.
You have Stewart, Prywich, Salzman, Young, House. A lot of arms. I'm sure we're forgetting a few, too.
Stevens. One and one count to the catcher, Andrew Keck. Still a 2-2 ball game. It's been that way since the end of the first inning as Keck ropes that one into right center. And that's cut off, and Keck will be held to a single. Lead off base hit, and the Hoots are in business here in the top of the 6th. Fifth hit of the game for the Hoots. All of them have been singles. So Keck is on first. He gets the base hit off Prywich. And now Chase Krogman. Strike one. Prywich making his third appearance here in the Car Shield Collegiate League. 3 innings pitched so far, a couple of earned runs, 5 strikeouts, and 3 full innings of work. Last time we saw him against the Corn Belters on Monday, couple of innings, couple of runs, 3 strikeouts. And he pitches to Chase Krogman here in an 0-2 count, top of the 6th, still a 2-2 ball game. Here comes the 0-2 from the Maryville left-hander. Strike 3 called. Krogman knew it. He goes down for the second time. And he's 0 for 3, and Prywich, a big strikeout, now a double play, can end the inning. So the leadoff single by Keck. He's still on first. very good speed for a catcher. And that brings in the Slubilican, Colin Bergman. Quiet night so far, 0 for 2, a strikeout and a ground ball. The first pitch from Prywich. Breaking ball down low. Scooped up by Nick Rose. The 1-0 coming from the left-hander, Ben Prywich. Down low, just missed. Bergman, a 154 hitter coming into play, has driven in 5 runs. 0 for 2 here this evening, here in a good count, 2-0 against Ben Prywich. Short lead by Keck at first. In the dirt, blocked nicely by Rose, as Bergman does a little do-si-do to get out of the way.
A little tangled up right there. Shane Olsey, the do-si-do.
The do-si-do.
Another nice phrase you dropped tonight. Stay tuned every night, as Shane Olsey will drop something that will be incredible for you.
There's a lot floating up in this brain. Some of it more useful than others. So Bergman with the walk, and now runners on first and second for Matt Dunham, the first baseman, power hitting first baseman out of Jefferson College. Will be joining Colin Bergman, the man at first, with the Slubilicans. Runners on first and second, 1 away. There goes Keck for third. No throw by Rose, and a great jump by Keck, and he swipes third. That's stolen base brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA, the Y for youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility. So a stolen base for Keck, and now he's at third with 1 away for Matt Dunham. 0-1 count to the left-handed hitting first baseman. Breaking ball gets away from Prywich. Prywich trying to keep the score at 2-2 and give the Hoots a chance to, or the Cavemen rather, a chance to go ahead in the bottom of the 6th, but Matt Dunham could have something to say. Big hole on the left side of the infield. The 1-1. Breaking ball missed down and away. Tyler Bastunas on deck. He'll come to the plate as long as Dunham doesn't hit into a double play. That's what Prywich is looking for right here. Outfield straight away. The 2-1 from Prywich. Upstairs. Now a dangerous count here for Prywich facing Matt Dunham.
Somebody's got to be clutch as we get towards the late innings here in the 6th and the 7th. An all-tied ball game. And Dunham to do a job to get the runners in.
Good hitters count here for the slugging first baseman. The 3-1 from Prywich. He walked him. A base hit, a strikeout, and back-to-back walks have loaded the bases with 1 away for Tyler Bastunas, and Will Bradley will have a word with Prywich. No arms getting loose in the Cavemen bullpen. Big at-bat coming here. Potential go-ahead run at third. Bases loaded, 1 away. Prywich still looking for the ground ball double play to get him out of the inning. Will Bradley brings the infield in. A quick chat with Prywich, and he heads back to the dugout. 2-2 your score. It's been that way for 4 straight innings. Nothing but goose eggs since the first inning, but the Hoots threatening here in the top of the 6th with Tyler Bastunas at the plate. Keck at third, Bergman at second, Dunham at first. Corners in for the Cavemen. Strike 1.
And as a hitter here in this situation, obviously a ground ball, double play, worst case scenario, but getting something in play Likely with the corners in, it's going to be tough to turn.
Just give yourself a chance.
All you're thinking is obviously the sin would be to strike out here, but also a double play. But just try to get him in any way you can with that runner on third and less than 2 outs. Especially here late in the game in a tie ball game. Big at bat here.
The 1-1 to Bastunas. This will get a run in. Headcamp back to make the catch. And Keck scores to make it 3-2. An RBI sac fly for Tyler Bastunas. And the Hoots go on top 3-2.
Great job. That's all you had to do. Deep, as he's definitely anybody scoring on a ball hit that deep. That was almost towards the warning track. He kind of got into that ball. And Bastunas does a good job to get the go-ahead RBI. As the Hoots taking the lead here. And the Hoots have been hot. After dropping their first couple of games, winning 3 of their last 4. And here tonight, taking the lead late, potentially to get another win.
They have a late lead, likely see Jamie Young back out there for the 6th. No action in either bullpen. Meanwhile, Bergman tagged up and advanced to third, so now first and third for Matt Staker. So Bastunas delivers the go-ahead RBI to bring the score to 3-2 Hoots here in the top of the 6th. And that's on the outside corner. Third RBI of the summer for Bastunas. 1-2 count to Matt Stakers, 1 for 2 this evening. The 1-2 from Prywich. Here it comes. Down low. Good eye there from Staker to lay off the low pitch, and now the count is even at 2-2. Matt Dunham still at first, Colin Bergman at third. Matt Staker at the plate in a 2-2 count. Breaking ball hit up the middle. Turnbow to his right will take the easy one at second. He steps on the bag. The Hoots strand runners on first and third, but Tyler Bastunas gives the Hoots a lead with a sac fly to center field. We head to the bottom of the 6th. Hoots on top, 3-2. Code Ninjas O'Fallon is located on the Deerberg Shopping Center, Deer Creek Crossing, 2955 Highway K in O'Fallon's where you can find them at the intersection of highways K and N. Kids ages 7 through 14 will learn how to code by building small video games with the help of sensei instructors. They will start at white belt and go all the way to black belt. Come in today for a free 30-minute session. Try it out. Kids have fun. Parents see results. Head to codeninjas.com/mo-o'fallon or call 636-851-9634 to get started with Code Ninjas O'Fallon. Kids have fun. Parents see results. To the bottom of the 6th we go. The go-ahead sac fly by Tyler Bastunas has put the Hoots on top 3-2. The first run scored since the bottom of the first inning. And the Hoots had their second lead of the game. They led 2-0. Cavemen came back with a couple of their own in the bottom of the first. And now a 3-2 Hoots lead. Jamie Young now in line for the victory. He's out on the mound to work the bottom of the 6th. Chase Gibson leads things off for the Cavemen. 6, 7, and 8. Gibson, Claus, and Rose. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Gibson was hit by a pitch back in the first and grounded out to first in the third. Gibson goes down on strikes. Strikeout for Jamie Young to begin. Jamie Young out for his second inning of work, now in line for the victory. If he can hold on to this Hoots lead 3-2 here in the bottom of the sixth. Shane Holsey, Will Connerly here on Carshield Collegiate League TV. Thank you for tuning in. Whether you've been with us all day or just for a few minutes, we thank you for joining us here on Carshield Collegiate League TV. It's shaping up to be a good finish here in the nightcap. 3-2 Hoots on top here in the bottom of the sixth. Three and one count to Brendan Claus. The 3-1 offering from Jamie Young. He walked him. So now the tying run on first base in the form of Brendan Claus. And now the go-ahead run comes to the plate in the form of Nick Rose. 1 for 2 on the night for Rose. An infield single and a strikeout to his credit so far. 4 hits for the Cavemen this evening. All the hits this evening by both teams have been singles. Jamie Young looking for the ground ball double play. Nick Rose trying to get on base, representing the go-ahead run. The 1-0 breaking ball drops in for strike 1. Reminder, tomorrow's ball game between the Cavemen and Eagles pushed back to 1:30. We'll get that changed on the schedule. Another breaking ball from Young in there, strike 2. Just one game tomorrow, and then a doubleheader on Tuesday. Triple header on Tuesday, actually. All 6 teams will be back here on Tuesday.
Those triple headers so far have been pretty fun, Shane.
That's chopped to third. Staker comes and gets it. Can they turn 2? Yes, they do. Roll them up.
Nice turn right there.
Excellent turn. Staker makes the initial play over to Cusimano, over to Dunham. 5-4-3 on the double play. We head to the 7th. Hoots on top, 3-2. They'll look to add on in the top of the 7th. This final inning brought to you by Interco Recycling. Our friends at Interco have been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since way back in 1996. They operate a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown. If your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics that need recycling, call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601, or you can head to itcscrap.com. That's 1-877 258-3601. Jot that down, or you can just head to the web and head to itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Metaltronics recycler since 1996. To the final frame we go. Top of the 7th. Hoots looking to add on to their 3-2 lead. Ty Stouse will lead things off for the Hoots. Then back to the top of the order. Cusimano and Neville, 9-1-2. Against Ben Prywich, he surrendered the go-ahead run on the RBI sac fly to center field by Tyler Bastunas. So Prywich on the hook for the loss as Stouse tries to put down a bunt and pops it foul. Stouse on the evening, 0 for 2, grounded into a fielder's choice to end the top of the 2nd, and then struck out swinging, leading off the top of the 5th. He leads off here in the top of the 7th as they'll try to get on base for the top of the order, Dominic Cusimano.
Hey, any way you can get on, you saw with the shift right there, the bunt was in effect. Don't you like to see it from the power-hitting right fielder tonight, Ty Stouse?
They had the shift on the right side of the infield. Luke Mann, the lone infielder on the left side of the infield. Brendan Kloss, the shortstop, just to the right of second base.
Hey, if they're going to give you a free base hit, take it.
Especially in a one-run ball game, leading off an inning. Good speed with Stouse.
The base hits are hard enough to get anyway, so if they're going to give you a free one, might as well.
Might as well.
And so many guys get shifted, and you don't wonder why more guys don't just drop down the bunt or just try to slap it.
Because they know their method of beating the shift is hitting it over the shift, which you can't do every time, but it's worth a shot. But every now and then, I mean, you don't want to do it every time because then they'll just bring the third baseman in on the grass and snuff out the bunt attempt, and it's all a game. Baseball is a game of adjustments. Got to find a way to adjust before the other team does, or before your opponent does. Whether that's on an individual basis or a team basis, as Ty Stouse works the leadoff walk.
As Prywich will want to adjust to get back in the strike zone. It's a game of adjustments right on cue, as you mentioned, Shane, for the hitter, who's 0 for 10, who maybe wants to get out of a slumper, for the pitcher, who's thrown 5 straight balls and he needs to get back in the zone. Everyone makes adjustments, and it's a great point you make.
Every out, every inning, every pitch. They're constantly making adjustments, whether like you're in the field. Say you're in the field, you got to know the tendencies of the hitters. Adjust where you're standing in the field. The pitcher, you got to get your mechanics under wraps if you're throwing a lot of balls. If you're not finding the strike zone, got to find a way to adjust. Like you said, as a hitter, got to adjust if you're not hitting the ball well, whether that's changing your swing or just changing your approach altogether, as Cusimano laces that one into left field. And Floyd is on to take that one for the first out. So a hard out off the bat of Cusimano for the first out, and now Prywich will look for the double play off the bat of Nick Neville. Going to be tough to turn 2 against him. A hit in 3 tries so far. A base hit sandwiched between a ground out and a fly out. Big swing and a miss. He chased a high fastball. On the first pitch, when you're looking for a good fastball to hit, sometimes that one upstairs can make your eyes bug out, and it looks a little better than it really is. Such was the case for Nick Neville on that first offering from Prywich. The 0-1 coming to the Hoots shortstop. Another swing and a miss.
That looks like Tyler Bastunas out there getting warm in the bullpen.
So he's the designated hitter this evening. We've seen him toe the rubber as well. So we could see Bastunas to close things out in the bottom of the 7th. Hoots looking to give him more than a 1-run lead with some insurance here. 0-2 count to Nick Neville. Fouled straight back.
Yeah, Bastunas, he's had one appearance. That was he got the nod on the rubber to start the game for Joe Lincoln. Went 2 1/3, but now we'll have the task of trying to close things out this evening.
That pitch misses away. A close pitch there on 0-2. One-two offering coming here to Nick Neville from Ben Prywich. In the dirt. Rose blocks it, but Stouse with good speed will head down to second. So now the double play out of order. Neville now with an RBI chance here with one away. Base hit to the outfield will likely score Stouse. Good, very good speed for a catcher. Very good speed in general. Andrew Keck on deck. Stouse playing right field here this evening. Primarily a catcher. The 2-2 to Nick Neville. Down low, Rose keeps that one within his grasp. And the count goes to 3-2. A base open. But Andrew Keck, who has a couple of hits and an RBI tonight, is on deck. And that's roped into left center. And it will get down and hop over the wall, a ground rule double. And that'll be an RBI for Nick Neville. And that doubles the Hoots lead to 4-2, giving Tyler Bastunas some insurance.
If he is indeed the guy who goes out there, likely he is, or maybe he's just getting warm in the effect that young, but nonetheless, Shane, big time from Neville right there, because you know teams, they need all the insurance they can get here in the Car Shield Collegiate League. We've seen so much come up in the bottom of the 7th inning. It feels like a reoccurring theme, but that plot will probably thicken tonight as we head to the bottom of the 7th after this for that final shot.
And that's fouled away by Keck on the first pitch.
Good job to get that much-needed insurance, a 1-run lead. Not too comfortable with it, but they're trying to look to keep going, and Keck has looked pretty good tonight. Here in his second game in the Car Shield Collegiate League.
And that's chop foul. Oh, 1-2 count to the catcher, Andrew Keck, who has a couple of base hits, has scored a run and driven in a run here this evening. So the RBI double for Nick Neville. He has his second hit. He is on second with one away.
Keck's been a nice addition to the middle of the order for Joe Lincoln. The squad has been looking for offense, and they obviously haven't needed a ton with the great pitching they've had all season long.
1-2 count here on Keck, trying to deliver. Swing and a miss. Now Chase Krogman will try to deliver a 2-out base knock. Quiet night for him so far. A couple of strikeouts and a ground out, 0 for 3. Nick Neville, a big RBI double. He stands out there at second. Hoots now lead 4-2. Hoots trying to get over 500. They sit at 3-3. Cavemen trying to get back to 500 at 2-3-1. Want to know the count on the Hoots center fielder and Chicago White Sox minor leaguer Chase Krogman. The 1-0 from Prywich. Chop foul. And as always, if you have any questions whatsoever, hop in the live chat. We're keeping up with that, so if you have any questions about any of the rules or anything going on in the field, any lineup concerns or anything, just hop in the live chat and we'll answer those as quickly as possible as that pitch gets away. Neville advances to third, or you can hit us up on social media as well at CarShield CL on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. The 2-1 to Krogman, down low. Now a 3-2 count, full count to Krogman. An insurance run standing 90 feet away, and Nick Neville over at third. The 3-2 coming from the left-hander Prywich. He walked him, and Neville's going to take off for home. We'll have a play at the plate, and he's safe. Aggressive base running by Nick Neville, and he scores the Hoots' 5th run of the game, and it's now a 3-run lead for the Hoots.
Good job by Neville. This base running, we know this insurance is important in keeping things going against the lefty Prywich. They tagged him for a couple runs here. Bradley ran out Foley for a couple innings, Burdish, and then Prywich here as he's trying to work out of it and give the Cavemen a shot in the bottom half.
So a swing and a miss here from Bergman, and the inning extends to the left fielder. 2 runs, 2 important insurance runs, giving whoever comes out on the mound in the bottom of the 7th for the Hoots, whether that's Young or Bastunas, who is getting loose in the bullpen. They now have a couple more insurance runs to work with as the Hoots look to win their 4th game in 5 tries. 1-1 the count on Colin Bergman. That one misses upstairs to Bergman. Good hitters count here for Bergman as they'll try to extend the inning to Matt Dunham on deck. The 6th Hoot to come to the plate here in the top of the 7th. The 2-1 from Prywich. Here it comes. Upstairs, Prywich struggling to get this final out here in the top of the 7th and send it to his offense as they'll try to come back in the bottom half.
The Cavemen will have head camp and then the top of the order due up in their final frame as they try to muster up a comeback.
A 3-1 from Prywitch. Upstairs, he walked him. That extends the inning to Dunham. So the 7th inning, getting away from Prywitch here. No action in the Caveman bullpen, so this is his inning to finish. And that brings in Matt Dunham. The 7th Hoot to come to the plate here in the top of the 7th. And Bradley will come out to the mound and have a word with Prywitch as now a left-hander starts to get loose down there for the Cavemen. As Will Bradley has a word with Prywitch. Runners on first and second, 2 away. Matt Dunham at the plate. He could break this game open. So 2 away. Prywitch struggling to get this final out here in the top of the 7th and turn things over to his offense in the bottom half. Matt Dunham looking to extend the inning and possibly drive in another run. Chase Krogman out at second. Runners take off, a check swing by Dunham, and he's kicking himself as those bases likely would have been stolen. Dunham has reached base a couple of times via the free pass and is struck out, so 0 for 1 for the first baseman here this evening, hitting 6th and wearing number 6 for the Hoots. Prywitch, the kick. Now the kick and the 0-1 upstairs. After the stolen base attempt, Prywitch holding on to the ball a little longer, just in case the Hoots had any thoughts of trying to swipe those bags again. Bergman at first, Krogman at second. The 1-1. Here comes the 2-1 to Matt Dunham. Swing and a miss. He had a big rip at that one. And now Prywitch 1 strike away from stranding a couple of runners. Look ahead to the bottom of the 7th. It'll be head camp and then the top of the order, Sperling and Turnbow. But Prywitch has to get this final out here in the top of the 7th and keep this Hoots lead at 5-2. Runners will be off with this pitch, so any base hit will score at least 1 run. Runners go, the 3-2. He walked him. Bases loaded and 2 away. 3 straight have reached via the free pass, and Will Bradley will go to his bullpen. We'll tell you about the new arm for the Cavemen right after this. 5-2 Hoots looking to add on with the bases loaded and 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. On to get the final out for the Cavemen is the left-hander out of Harris Stowe, Chris Karcher. He works with the bases loaded against Tyler Bastunas, who we saw getting loose in the bullpen moments ago. First pitch swinging, he fouls it off. Bastunas, the designated hitter this evening. He was getting loose down in the Hoots bullpen earlier this inning, but now comes to the plate with the bases loaded, 2 away. The 0-1 from Karcher, upstairs. Krogman at third, Bergman at second, Dunham over at first, all reached base via the free pass. 3 in a row surrendered by Ben Prywich. And now Karcher. That one misses high and away. Bastunas trying to deliver a couple of 2-out RBIs if he can pick up a base hit here. Bases loaded, 2 away here in the 7th. Swinging a ground ball, Claus to his right, going to go to third, and he gets Bergman. Nice play by Claus. And Chris Karcher comes in to get the final out. We head to the bottom of the 7th, last chance for the Cavemen. Hoots add a couple in the top of the 7th. It's 5-2. Tyler Bastunas on to close things out for the Hoots. He looks to pick up the save. He'll work to 9-1-2 in the Cavemen order. Headcamp, Sperling, and Turnbow. Final hope for the Cavemen. The Hoots led 3-2 heading into the 7th inning. And then they added a couple of runs and extended the lead to 5-2. And Tyler Bastunas works to Tyler Headcamp. Danny Sperling and Colin Turnbow to follow. Headcamp 0 for 2 on the evening. Got it into a double play and has struck out so far. Inside ball 2, 2-1 as that got away from Keck. Final frame, final half inning here from Carshield Field. Final of 3 games here today, a long day of baseball. And it's about to come to a close after 3 more outs are recorded. Tyler Bastunas trying to do that without surrendering more than a couple of runs. The 2-2. Inside corner, struck him out. So Bastunas comes in and promptly strikes out Headcamp. He's 0 for 3.
Trying to close the door for the Hoots, and that would make them 4th win in 5 tries if they could. And after the Hoots dropped their first couple games, things looking promising for this pitching staff, and the offense pushing them forward just enough for they need. And Andrew Keck looks like a great addition to the middle of this order, but Bastuna still needs a couple more outs trying to close this game.
2 outs left for the Cavemen to work with. They need 3 runs. And Daniel Sperling, the leadoff hitter, as he looks at strike 2, a good breaking ball and then a fastball. Bastunas, the right-hander out of Timberland High School. The 0-2 upstairs.
And Sperling needs to be that leadoff hitter, needs to get on base. That's what the Cavemen are looking for right now. Runners on base. He's already been on a couple times tonight.
1-2, foul ball. Bastunas, a 2-way player for the Cougars of Southern Illinois University Edwardsville. Second time we've seen him on the mound so far here in the Car Shield Collegiate League. Began the night as a designated hitter, now takes the mound to close things out for the Hoots. Looking to move over 500. The kick and the 1-2. Just a bit high. Maybe a little outside. The 2-2 coming from Bastunas. Foul ball. Keck couldn't hang on to it. Seventh pitch of the at-bat to Danny Sperling. 1 for 2 on the evening. That's high, 3-2. Sperling trying to get on for Colin Turnbow. Turnbow on deck, 1 for 3. Sperling 1 for 2. He's reached base a couple of times and scored a run. The 3-2. Fouled away. Ninth pitch of the at-bat coming here to Danny Sperling.
Having a tough one here. Not going down easy against Bastunas.
Can Bastunas put him away on 3-2? Here it comes. And a base hit to left field. Sperling picks up his second hit of the ball game out of the leadoff spot. On base for the 3rd time, so he works a 9-pitch at-bat and is rewarded with a 1-out single. And now Colin Turnbow. Singled and scored in the first. Couple of strikeouts swinging since then. Bastunas looking for the double play to end it after the base hit by Sperling.
And Turnbow looking to extend things. Already with a knock tonight. He came around to score in the first, and we go back to the first. That was the only scoring we had for a long time, Shane. Each team had 2 runs in the first inning, and it took a while to break that. The Hoots notched some in the 6th and 7th, but the Cavemen have been held scoreless ever since.
No runs for the Cavemen since the bottom of the first. It's been 5 straight goose eggs by Tyler Cleveland, Jamie Young, and now Tyler Bastunas. The 1-1, Sperling takes off for second and it hits Turnbow. And that will bring the tying run to the plate. And a dangerous one at that in Luke Mann.
Here we go.
Things getting interesting here in the bottom of the 7th, as they have been prone to do here this summer.
Here we go, Shane. Interesting things we get to see. The viewers who stick around, most of them have, because they realize what goes on here in these final frames in the Car Shield Collegiate League. Hoots trying to go above 500.
They need a couple more outs from Tyler Bastunas. A tough one here. Luke Mann, he's reached base all 3 times, a couple of base hits and a walk. Representing the tying run here in the bottom of the 7th.
Well, here we go. Big opportunity for Mann.
Here we go. The first pitch. Up and away. Gets away from Keck. Runners stay put. And 2 for 2 on the evening. Representing the tying run here in the bottom half of the 7th. The 1-0 from Bastunas. Fouled back. Man was all over that. These are the type of situations you live for if you're a hitter in the bottom of the last inning. Representing the tying run. Cavemen down 3, but likewise a double play could end it. Sperling out at second, Turnbow at first. Luke Mann at the plate in a 1-1 count. Breaking ball and a good one in there from Bastunas. Froze Mann on the breaking ball. And now he has him right where he wants him at 1-2. The 1-2 from Bastunas. Outside. Corners guarding the line here in the last inning. Double play depth up the middle, so big holes on either side of the infield. Luke Mann at the plate in a 2-2 count against Tyler Bastunas. Time call. Luke Mann, 7 RBIs, a couple of home runs, 10 runs scored coming into play. He's added 1 to that RBI total tonight. The 2-2. Now 3-2. Anxious moments in that Hoots dugout. Mitch Daniels representing the go-ahead run if Mann can get on base. Big pitch coming here from Bastunas. The 3-2. Breaking ball popped up. Infield fly rule will be in effect. Neville puts it away for the second out. And a massive out there for Bastunas as he retires Mann. He hung a breaking ball and Mann just missed it. Popped it up on the infield. Neville puts it away, and now the Cavemen down to their final out.
That was a big-time at-bat right there, and good job by Bastunas, ultimately retiring Mann. Any way you cut it, he gets the out, and 1 out away from the Hoots winning their 4th game in the last 5 tries.
First time Mann has been retired this evening. That makes him 2 for 3. Mitch Daniels has singled and struck out a couple of times. 1 for 3 on the evening for him, looking to extend the inning. Representing the tying run, Zach Floyd, the left fielder, on deck. And a 2-0 count to Daniels. Sperling at second, Turnbow at first. The 2-0, right down the middle. Bastunas fired in a fastball on 2-0, now 2-1. Final hope for the Cavemen, Mitch Daniels. The 2-1 from Bastunas. In the dirt, blocked nicely by Keck. Three and 1 count. Mitch Daniels at the plate. Tyler Bastunas looking for the final out. Trying to close out a Hoots victory, would be their 4th in 5 games. 3-1 delivery. Sprayed foul, and now the runners will be off with the pitch. Full count, 2 away here in the bottom of the 7th, 5-2. Hoots on top. Those couple of runs in the top of the 7th, looming large. Some extra cushion for Bastunas trying to close things out. The full count delivery to Daniels. Swing and a miss. Hoots win it. Tyler Bastunas picks up the save. And the Hoots move to 4-3. They've won 4 of their last 5. And they score 3 runs in the final 2 innings and come away with a 5-2 victory over the Cavemen here this evening in the Nightcap. We'll be back to wrap things up here shortly. Hoots win it 5-2. So 3 well-played ball games come to a close, and the Hoots move to 4-3 with a 5-2 victory over the Cavemen. Tyler Bastunas picks up the save in relief in his second appearance. So the Hoots move to 4-3. Cavemen fall to 2-4-1, and a long day of baseball comes to a close, and it was a fun one here at Carshield Field.
Oh, it was fun. It was a fun day. We had a great time all day long, and we're excited to get back at it tomorrow. But the Hoots taking that away. 4 wins in their last 5 tries after starting 0-2, now above 500. So exciting things for the Hoots, and the Cavemen dropped this one, but they show some promise on the offensive side with Mann just continuing to punish some baseballs. And then the Eagles, top of the standings right now, 5-2. They look pretty good. So excited to get back at it tomorrow, Shane. 1:30 is the scheduled time now.
1:30, we'll get that schedule change in on YouTube. It's currently scheduled for noon, but just getting word today, they pushed that game back to 1:30 tomorrow afternoon. That's the Cavemen and Eagles. They'll be back at it tomorrow at 1:30. For Will Kinerly, Charlie Bornoff, I'm Shane Holsey saying good night from Carshield Field. We'll see you at 1:30 tomorrow afternoon. Have a great and safe rest of your night.